Good morning, everyone. For those that are listening already, it's the blue one. If you are still on the red channel, you have to switch. Bienvenuto. We're going to talk about Italy today. We have half an hour, so it's a data insight session. It's very short. We have two fantastic speakers that are available for you afterwards if you have questions. But we want to use this session basically to set the goals for the next 10 years for Italy based on the data that they're going to show. There's a critical shortage of student housing in Italy. It's no surprise. The current provision rate is only 3%, which is one of the lowest in Europe. And with, for example, in a city like Milan with more than 200,000 students, there is only going to be added another a few thousand to add up to 26,000 beds in the PBSA sector, which is way short of the 40,000 that are expected to be needed. This is not just a problem in Milan, it's in all the Italian cities that have big universities like Bologna, Rome, but also a lot of the secondary cities, like the smaller university cities, which haven't even seen development of PBSA. So it's a big market opportunity, but also a market that is still in an early phase of its development. Before the summer, we had the first Italian student living forum in Milan, hosted by Politecnico and the partners in Milan. And it was a fantastic session because for the first time we brought the public sector, the higher education sector and the PBSA sector together. And what was really remarkable is that this urgency around the topic started leading to much more collaborative conversations. So it's our goal to really help the Italian market setting goals, both in terms of the internationalization and domestic demand, but also in terms of provision of student housing, and to get the public sector more involved. So the critical questions for us for this panel are what should be the key components of the 10-year action plan for Italy? What targets are universities setting for international student growth? How many beds should be delivered? And finally, what do we need to do to take away any of the barriers to that? So with that, I'm going to introduce my first panelist, Maria Teresa Gauduce. Please share with you the data that you have brought. And I think you have the clicker there.
Yes.
Perfect. So I think you can point it to the front.
Let's wait for the...
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I think we can start.
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Frank, for having me here. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you today. So what I'm introducing for you today is how the students' demand is changing currently in our university among the country. One of the most interesting trends in Italy is that currently in just 5 years, according to the International QS ranking, Italy becomes the 7th country in the world for the variety and the quality of its educational offer, and the 2nd in the world. The current student population cover about 2 million students in the country, which means that almost the 3% of the national population are students. And the offer of higher education institution among the countries is equally distributed in the northern, central and southern regions, with a light increase in the northern regions. What is interesting to note is that despite we have almost 100 higher education institutions, of which more than the 60% are public, just 20 universities between the big and mega sites cover almost the 60% of the student population, and they are mainly focused in Turin, Milan, Padua, Bologna, Rome and Naples. It's clear that the trends are all increasing in terms of total enrollments and international students enrollments and in terms of foreign students enrollments, especially in the last, in less than 10 years, we had almost the international students population doubled. This implicates that the profile of the current university student in Italy is very rich. Indeed, the 45% of students enrolled in Italian universities are coming from Europe, the 26% from Asia, Africa and South America, as described in the graph. In terms of domestic students, another interesting point is that we cover the 44% of the student population is a domestic students off-site. This means that we have almost 50% of the student accommodation demand in our cities. We can simplify the student's profile in Italy in four main key profiles. We have the 95% of the student population, which is as domestic students, almost the 10% which is represented by foreign and international students, and there is another interesting trend which is represented by mobile students, which are currently not traced in the official ministerial numbers, and they represent currently one of the most challenging students in terms of student accommodation demand. Indeed, those mobile students are represented, for example, by Erasmus Plus students or those students who are moving from another countries for a very short period term. And this means that they need an accommodation for a period between 3 and 6 months. According to a research we did in our home lab, where the 62% of the sample was represented by international students, we aim to investigate and to highlight what are their changing needs in the living learning environment, especially in big student accommodation environments, and what especially we investigate is related to the community building activities and the residential services. What we found in this research is that the top 3 community building activities mainly focused on the inclusiveness of international students. Indeed, they request an increase of cultural exchange events with them, multidisciplinary international in-person and online events, and platforms which can help students to remain in connection with their students' community even after the stay. In terms of top 3 residential services, digital accommodation services before, during and after the stays are highly requested by students, such as parental virtual tour, online check-in and check-out, digital rental contract, but also building website which can enhance the connection between the management and the student. The second point is the high-tech amenities, which are requested both in the common spaces and in the private rooms, and also a broad offer of outdoor spaces such as terraces, gardens and rooftops. As I mentioned before, the mobile students currently represent for our statistics what we call as an invisible student population. They are invisible mainly for 2 reasons, because currently they are steadily increasing. Indeed, since the start of the Erasmus Plus program, even during the pandemic period, the increase of mobile students in Europe is steadily up. And also because Italy is one of the top 5 country destinations for Erasmus Plus students, and in just 5 years we recorded almost the 40% increase of mobile students. Those students are facing with huge common issues like lack of short-term accommodation, lack of rental control in English, and flexible stay options. This represents currently one of the biggest challenges for universities, but also for providers, housing providers, and more in general for all people who are working with services for students. In a nutshell, what is relevant to highlight is that we are monitoring the increase of the university internationalization process because these attract a variety of student population with very different and changing needs. Among just 5 years, everything changes. And a good offer of international residential services is extremely important, and this means also increase the international competitiveness of the not only of the educational offer but also of the student accommodation offers. So it requests an interesting innovation in the existing hospitality accommodation model, and also the lack of support to mobile students in finding accommodation, even by universities, implicates that impacts the quality of the mobility experience and the overall students' well-being during their study period. Thank you very much.
Super, Maria. Thank you so much for kicking off. We're going to discuss a little bit more the relationship of the real estate market with Paolo Ranieri. Please share with you from your insights.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Frank, and for the Glass Foundation for having me to give this market insights on a country that needs so much investment and so much joint ventures between developers, operators, and equity behind every operation, because we are very, very far away. Let me just start comparing us to other European countries, and we can initially see that we are now towards 3.5% of provision rate. But we roughly have the same number of students that the UK has. We've seen huge increase in the number of students. We've seen a huge increase in every aspect of the studies. So, for example, this graph doesn't include the AFAM students. AFAM are those students that participate in the art school. These are not considered by new full university students, as the programs are a little shorter, etc. So we would be way below, way above the 2 million students, with just 65,000 beds. This is a number that, as you can see, just compared to the UK, it's and Germany and France and all the other countries, puts us really, really in a tough situation. Let's always consider that the students, for example, the international ones, struggle to find an apartment because maybe they're staying for 6 months, maybe they're staying for 12 months, but the situation is they cannot find real apartments. They cannot travel to Italy to see the apartment and just move there in months after they have enrolled. With the, as Maria Teresa was saying, these are the tier 1 cities that we consider. So 2 of these cities have roughly 200,000 students. 2 of them are above 100,000, so there is quite a difference in the territory. There's quite a division in all the territory, so a lot of cities can be a target for investments in student housing. We consider Pavia that has a lower number of students, but is so interesting because it's basically considered the Cambridge of Italy because of studies, because of the specialization studies, especially in medicine. And they have a huge number of mobile students. It has a huge number of international students. So it has been pretty much a focus lately in PBSA investments. What the situation is, we can see the current provision rate is quite low, obviously higher in certain cities because of target investments. Let's say that Milan has always been the gateway city to access the Italian market. Most of the investors want to move to Milan and then say, let's see to what happens in other cities. But let's not forget that even in 2027, these are all the projects that are in pipeline at the moment. The provision rate doesn't move that much. Milan is the only city that actually has quite an interesting pipeline, but again, we're going to reach just above 10%. That is not even close to the European peers that can be considered standard. What we see is that the investments in Italy has started very, very late, because 2018 were the first investments that we saw. Obviously, we are not calculating here the land investments, those or the office investments that are now being transformed into PBSA. But before 2018, virtually nothing was going on. Let's see how Spain, you can see how Spain has moved forward, and especially the UK market, that's the more mature in Europe, obviously. The provision rate and the future provision rate, as you can see here from the graph, shows that we are not reaching anything that is satisfactory or similar to other countries like Paris or Munich. The rental growth is a very important aspect that has been touched upon. We have supported many investors coming into Italy from 2020 on, and never we would have envisioned such a rental growth, such a strong rental growth. It has outperformed all the PRS market and everything from the rental perspective. We never would have thought that the prime rooms would have been over 1,800 euros per month, with the average, for example, in Milan, that is around 1,400 for the free rented apartments. The average, considering also what the apartments that are under convenzione, so the ones that are capped by the municipality, is just above 950 euro per month. The yield movement for this, and in red you can see the PBSA one, has not moved that much actually in all these years, because the appetite for existing product and the appetite for the product that is being delivered and will be delivered didn't really. It's so strong that it didn't create what we can see, for example, on other asset classes. So really a really short movement from what happened in the past few years. Oh, we just saw this one. So what are the key points that we have observed in the investments in the past years? We've seen that one of the main aspects and what investors are really looking at is what about the affordability? The affordability we have seen is not really that big of a problem. We have seen that students are coming in, they're coming in strong, they're paying the rents. Most of the operators present here in the room can attest that their assets are full at 98%, that's what we consider to being standard, both for students that stay 6 months and for contracts that are going to 11 and 12 months. Students are coming in and are paying the price because if you consider how much it costs, for example, an apartment in most of the cities, and the quality of these apartments, and the difficulties, and the fact that you do not know how much you're paying at the end of the month because of utilities, because of your gym membership, because of heating and cooling bills, you know that you're getting into PBSA, and students know that is what they're going to spend by the end. So it's comforting for parents and for the students. We know that it's in Italy it's a hybrid rental system, so you got around 90 days, it depends on the municipality, but you got around 90 days that you can use your asset as hotel use. This can change, because this can change in a way that either you have all the rooms for 90 days for hotel use, or you can just have a specific number of rooms that can be run all year round as a hotel, so anybody can go. And this is quite an interesting aspect of the hybrid product that can be created. It does vary by municipality, because some municipalities, like Rome and Florence, have different kind of ideas, but this is what happens. Obviously, what is very interesting is the ESG product, so it's a typical ESG product, this one, and there is quite a goal. I would say that at the moment, the certification is quite important, especially for the future investors, so this is a message that is obviously very important. And the location and connections. We have struggled so much trying to justify how certain locations work for PBSA, and then the investment committees come in and say, well, we don't know exactly, it's not that close, it's more than 10 minutes away from the nearest university, etc. This has not been proven to be a point. Most of the assets, especially the ones that we are seeing in Milan and in Torino, are in the metro line, for example, even though they're a little further away. It doesn't really make much of a difference, because students choose a kind of product. They want to stay into student housing. They're willing to commute for 30 minutes up to an hour to get to the university they're going. Clear examples come from projects that we're seeing constantly. At the beginning, when the market was starting to make the situation, to just calm the investment committees down on what was going to happen, we usually considered around 2 years to get to the 98% occupancy that we were envisaging. It actually takes 3 to 6 months. This is what we have seen in the products that are existing. So the key takeaways, obviously, is the huge supply-demand imbalance, as Maria Teresa was talking before. The number of students that are still growing. Again, Maria Teresa showed some very promising numbers for the future, and it doesn't seem to stop, especially with the European situation that is moving with the current political, let's say, situation. Rental growth that is, compared to European peers, is actually not that different from what happened to the Spanish market, so there is quite an interesting perspective. And the yield compression, this is something that we envisage happening in the next, let's say, 3 to 6 months. We are at this point, we'd say the prime PBSA is around 5.25%. We're seeing transactions and assets under exclusivity that are actually below that, so it's gonna be an interesting thing to see. Obviously, an ESG product, an asset class that is, we're all here for one main reason, so we know. And the fact that we are it's such an immature market. There is really an interesting perspective, and it gets better. I mean, there is so much that can be done.
So much that can be done. Thank you so much. Yeah, applause. All right, Paolo and Maria, you're both two young leaders in this sector. You're coming from a country that obviously is one of the most popular destinations for students to live in. It's also a country that has struggled economically in terms of remaining competitive. And what we've seen in a city like Manchester is that if the universities and the housing market work together, you can really, really, really create a growth spurt. So based on the numbers, there's not only an unmet demand in the current market situation, but also if you think how Italy is currently performing as a market based on its sheer size of the country and the interest of global student population in studying in Italy. You can imagine that for a 10-year framework, we can not only build for the current demand, but we can also, in case the universities, both public and private sector, are going to increase the numbers of students to levels that you see here or in the Netherlands or Germany, that there will be even a bigger demand. So Maria, for me, my first question to you is, if you imagine like we are the advisors to the European Union and to the government of Italy and the regions, what do you think we should think of in terms of a growth target for increasing the number of students in Italy?
Yes, thank you, Frank. It's an interesting question. Yes, what we expect I would say less than 10 years is a steadily increase of international students for sure. We probably will reach, I guess, in 8-10 years, the 20-25% of the international population will be international. This is justified by the fact that also medium and small universities are now investing in the internationalization process because they want to attract international countries, international students, and this is a process which is currently going on and is increasing very much.
Sorry to interrupt, yeah. But it's also true, and maybe this is also fine for at this moment, but the sector altogether has not come together yet to set a target, right?
Yes. The challenge is this, because as the universities are the key drivers of the demand, accommodation demand, of course there should be an increase of cooperation not only between universities and the private markets, but there should be a very strong partnership between municipalities. Also, Paolo mentioned it very well before in his presentation. So the key drivers should work together. Universities, municipalities, at least, and local and international providers. I want to stress also the fact that it is a fact of international competitiveness also for the market. It's extremely important.
So maybe we also, as a sector, we have to still grow the awareness in the education sector to see what the potential is, or look outwards than just inward. Paolo, for you, the next one, because we were in Spain after the summer, and after the student forum there said the basically the conclusion was, and this was the target for the whole of Spain, we should build in the next 10 years in Spain 400,000 new students. Based on your data, based on what you see, what do you think should be the target for the PBSA sector in Italy?
Well, let's say that what we consider a basin for students is 80% of the international students, and we consider 40% of the outer region students, so the mobile students that Maria Teresa was showing. We're missing the same number of beds, actually. We're missing actually a little bit more of 400,000 beds. Especially, we miss them in the whole of the cities. We never consider for some reasons Naples as one of the tier 1 cities, but Naples, for example, has over 100,000 students. Everywhere is a good place to start. We need beds everywhere, and again, I would not be so scared from the location. Location is, if good connections by public transport, it works. Again, we need the beds to be built. Students are really coming to the student housing asking for a room, even if they haven't booked it, because they think that it's much like, Italy is much like any other European city. It isn't.
So 400,000 plus. What would be the range there for 10 years? What should we advise the government?
At the moment, we only have around 50,000 beds that are in pipeline, so that's not going to be enough.
Paolo, dream big. 400,000 plus for now then?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, good. You mentioned some of the barriers, I think that including like a collaborative vision. Are there specific regulations that we need to change? We're a little bit short on time, but just to name them so we can put them in the manifesto as well.
Yes, for sure. Local, even if Italy is one of the few countries in Europe which has a national regulation for student accommodation development, but this is just is mainly focused on the public sector, and this is a weakness which needs to be improved. But also, I think a huge, a very important point is to encourage municipalities to build public-private agreements among the cities, especially those cities which are not big university cities, because Paolo said it, highlighted perfectly. The student accommodation demand is currently, we are just covering kind of the 20% of the world demand, nothing.
Yeah. So also at local level, have plans together. The city.
Yes, agreement.
Doesn't exist right now, right?
Just in big cities like Milan, it's pretty rare in Rome, but yeah, I think, as you said, the awareness of public authorities is extremely, can make the difference together with the universities.
Yeah, we need to educate. Okay, great. Paolo, from improving investment conditions, anything from your side?
I would say that it is just a very exciting market. There are some very important perspectives. We have not had the time to mention, for example, the fact that Rome has just a 2% provision rate, and the pipeline is not going to be, at the moment, is not that great. Yeah. So there are a lot of strong fundamentals for Italy to become the real next.
Any regulation that is blocking the investment?
Several, but let's say that things are moving towards the situation being unlocked, especially in the Milan municipality. But we all know that some things can be done. But we're all confident that all the entities will free the investor from all the struggles.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have to build more on that list because there is a lot that we want to achieve in this market. Thank you so much for contributing.
Thank you.
Frank.
We'll add it to the 10-year plan.
Thank you very much.
Paolo and Maria. And we'll see you again at the next session about the Dutch market. Yeah, okay. Good morning. Well, it's still morning actually. Yeah, it's incredible how fast things go. Welcome to the Dutch panel session. We just had the Italian session here, so maybe some of you are new, but on this stage, on these sessions, we bring two perspectives on stage. We basically discuss the higher education sector and the real estate sector side by side, and then we discuss what are the key takeaways for a 10-year framework for, in this case, the Netherlands. I'm joined by my colleague Aruni Lade. She has the research on the higher education sector. And then I'm joined by my fellow Frank Verwoerd, who is the head of research and also someone that has basically investigated what the recent regulations are doing in terms of the provision of the Dutch market overall. So let's get started with Arunima. Arunima, we worked on the National Action Plan in the Netherlands with a clear goal, 60,000 more student rooms. It was signed in 2022. It was a first in Europe. It was a groundbreaking initiative, a collaboration of the social sector, the private sector, the higher education sector, even the student unions and others involved. First country to set this goal on student accommodation, as far as we are aware. But then also a lot has happened in the political landscape around internationalization. I think people are growingly aware of some of the challenges that are both affecting the university's funding as well as the positive understanding of internationalization. So please share some of the insights of our higher education partners, and then we'll take it to Frank.
Yes, thank you, Frank. I'm going to be presenting some higher education and internationalization trends from the Netherlands. And Netherlands is currently a unique case. While we see a large number of, well, all European countries trying to increase their international numbers, the case is a little bit going the other way for the Netherlands at the moment. So just to start off, even though the Netherlands is a very small country, it's still the 12th most popular place of study and ranks 4th in Europe after the giants like the UK, Germany and France. In the academic year of 2023 and 2024, there were nearly 130,000 students enrolled in the Netherlands. This is about 16% higher than last year's enrollment when we talk about international students. And we are still seeing growth, though it has slowed down over the last couple of years. In terms of the biggest student cities and the number of international and Dutch students, we see that, of course, Amsterdam sort of leads the way, followed by other bigger cities like Rotterdam, The Hague, Maastricht and Groningen. And when we look at international numbers, interestingly, it's Maastricht, which has over 50% of international students, followed by Wageningen and then The Hague or Eindhoven. International students by the top 10 universities in the Netherlands, we see unsurprisingly that University of Amsterdam has the most number of international students. However, again, when we talk about percentage, it's Maastricht, followed by then Groningen, University of Rotterdam, Leiden and Delft. In terms of countries of origin, so this is something over the last 10 years, and you can see Germany has steadily held the first spot. And we do see a dip in like China having like going down. However, we see a jump, like there are a lot more Italian students coming in, and at the moment the biggest cohorts still remain Germany, Italy and Romania. Now, in terms of the difference between EU countries and students coming from the non-EU countries, we see that the largest number of students who do come to the Netherlands to study tend to be from Europe, and this is about 72%, followed by around and then the rest 27 from non-EU countries. On an average, when a European student comes to study in the Netherlands, they spend around 17,000 euros. However, this number is almost 5 times when it comes to non-European students. In terms of English taught courses, I'm going to skip Ireland on that one for obvious reasons, but you see that Germany and the Netherlands are on the top. And just to highlight this, that Germany has way more universities, so even though Germany has slightly more number of English taught courses, in terms of the percentage, most courses currently in the Netherlands, especially on a master's level, are taught in English. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying, that we have a very high number of English taught courses at the moment, so even Dutch students do have to study in English if they want to pursue those courses. Now, when it comes to internationalization in the Netherlands, and as I said in the beginning, we see that it is kind of going a little bit on the other side. The aim here, the government is trying to, what they're calling, rebalance the number of international students. And the reason they're saying is that there's not enough academic and admin staff to accommodate all of the students, and they also want to therefore maintain the quality of the academic experience. So what is now happening is that universities are being asked to self-regulate. So Dutch universities are no longer encouraged to promote themselves at international fairs. There would be more courses coming in which would be entirely in Dutch. Typically in the Netherlands you have like a pre-master's program. If you're switching from one stream of studies to another, that is also going to be scrapped. And in the Netherlands we are now stopping from increasing more master's courses. And this is actually happening, if you do remember me saying a few minutes back, that we have a large number of students coming from the EU. And it's not possible to have rules and regulations to stop EU students from coming into and studying in the Netherlands, because that would go against the EU right of mobility. So what is really happening is that Dutch language, which is not widely spoken outside of the Netherlands and Belgium, is being sort of used as a way to regulate the number of international students coming in. Finally, interestingly, what we do see is, though, even though we're trying to sort of balance out the international numbers, there is a strong desire to retain this international talent. At the moment, we are retaining 1/3 of the international talent. And however, what's happening is the Dutch government has encouraged universities to work more closely with local and national businesses so that more international talent can be retained. And then finally, of course, the question of the student housing crisis, which sits in the bigger question of the overall housing crisis in the Netherlands, that the universities are actively advising students regarding accommodation, and there is a strong opportunity for really the universities to be able to work more closely with the private sector so that we can keep welcoming students who are Dutch and international regardless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arunima.
Thank you, Frank.
Great insights in a very interesting new political era in the Netherlands. Frank, if you can join us to the front.
Yeah, of course.
I think you've also looked into the political situation. Even some laws that kicked in as recently as July 2024 this year. Some of it is so new that we don't see the effects yet in the numbers, but you have already some indications. So as we are going to set the stage for the next 10 years, I mentioned in the beginning, there is a national action plan, 60,000 units. The social sector has said we will take care of 30 thousand of that. The class partners have indicated that they would like to build the other 30.
Yeah.
But that was a prognosis or a target that was established before the rent regulations and some of the other fiscal measures kicked in. So we're very curious to hear if from you, if you predicted if that's still a reasonable number, or if we should lower it based on Arunima's understanding of some of the higher education trends, or if you think that the overall market has such shortages that we might even need to increase. So,
well, it's included in the presentation, so I think it's really great to start off with that. Thank you, Frank. I actually want to address three things today. Firstly, just a bit and briefly on the demand side of the market, what is actually changing in the market in the upcoming years, which we expect. But the other thing is exactly what you say, Frank. What is actually happening with the supply, the stock of the current existing stock of student housing, because there's quite a big impact, partly based on that regulation. And last but not least, these two, how do these influence the investors' appetite, but also the investors' strategy? So to start off with the demand side of the market, I do think it's interesting to see what is actually happening. We saw it already in the recent presentation before, that the total amount of international students is increasing, but we also see that the national government is saying we need to push down that inflow of international students on several reasons. But our view from CBRE is that we don't expect that the national government will succeed in that tremendously, to be honest. We do expect that bachelor students from an international perspective will be pushed down a bit, but not for the master part. And the main reason for that is actually that universities invested a lot in the last 10 to 15 years to bring up lovely programs, and that brought up them towards top level universities in the world, and of course that comes with inflows of international students. So the current policy from the national politics is actually the opposite of what a lot of universities wanted over the last 10-15 years. So you see that they are struggling with this actually. So we don't expect that there will be a big increase like we've seen the last 6-7 years, but we don't expect a decline as well. So in the end we do expect a minor growth of the total population of students in the Netherlands. And then of course the main question is what do we expect with students who want to live for themselves in a university city? And what we see there is a big change in demand, especially for local students as well, because the basic grant is back in town in the Netherlands, which actually means that the national government is supporting a lot of students with going out of their elderly home into a student room, which actually means that the basic rent is around 500 euros a month, which they get paid every month, and that makes it really more easily for them to live in a student accommodation. And one of the main reasons why students now don't live in student accommodation is affordability. So this helps a lot for their affordability issues or discussions. And besides that, in 2026 there will be also a change in rent allowances, which also means that younger people between 21 and 23 also have the possibility for rent allowances as well, which will be also helpful for supporting these affordability issues, of course. So in the end, we do expect, on the one hand, a bigger population of students in total in the near term, but also a bigger population who wants to live in a student accommodation within the Netherlands. If we then look at the total share of student accommodation in the Netherlands, I do think that we need to improve in quality. So if you look at the current situation, nearly half of it can be seen as PBSA product, but most of it is in the public sector and not so much in the private sector. But a lot of students still live in regular homes, like 18% is owned by private investors and doesn't give the quality as we've seen yesterday here in Manchester. So I do think that we can change that over time in the Netherlands as well. And that's, I think, one of the most interesting things as well if you go into the strategies of private investors, because there are quite some changes in the Netherlands which changes their strategy in their student accommodation. There are three things actually. One thing is there are quite some tax changes for private investors. The other one is there is an Affordability Act active since the summer of this year. And last but not least, we do see some changes in the strategy based on interest rates increases in the last 2 years, which actually means that the vacant position value did increase over the last 2 years, where the capital values did decline, of course, which makes it a big spread between these two values. And because of that, we do see that a lot of investors are selling their properties into the owner-occupational market. I'm a bit ahead of the rest of the story here. I don't have the details on these three in total, but I will pick one, and that's the Affordability Rent Act. Since the summer, quite some houses in the rental market moved from the unregulated market into the regulated market, and that will be applicable when the tenant will leave and when you will need to start finding a new tenant. But to give you a feeling what kind of impact that has on the cash flow from an investor's perspective, you see that in Amsterdam, for example, that the cash flow between the current situation, unregulated, and the regulated situation is that the cash flow will come down with 47% at average, which actually means that a lot of investors are not willing to rent it out again and are selling these properties on the owner-occupational market and invested in something else, not being houses anymore. And that's what you see here. So where we had a quite strong buy-to-let market over time till 2020, you do see in the last couple of quarters that a lot of investors are selling their properties way more than they are buying. And because of that, we do see that the total stock of dwellings on the rental market is declining by 5,000 homes per quarter. And if you then dig into what kind of houses that are houses that are targeted for students or young professionals. And it's not one student living in that single home. Mostly it's 2 or 3 or 4 students. So it's way more than these figures that you see. So that is kind of a big problem, which is not seen by the government yet, to be honest, and makes it really difficult for students to find a suited place to live. And if you then see that 18%, I need to say 1/3 of the total student housing stock is owned by these private investors, the impact can be tremendous. The impact can be that big that a lot of students cannot find a student complex in the near future. And that's what we try to calculate as well, how many will there be and in which cities will the impact be the biggest. And that's what you can see here. If you look at the share of ownership over the different university cities in the Netherlands, you see that especially in The Hague, in Groningen, Maastricht and Rotterdam, the share of private investors is really, really big. And that's also the reason why we do expect that the impact for students is the biggest in these 4 cities. But you also need to look at the pipeline, right? So there is quite a big pipeline, which is really good, I think. But if you compare that with the potential impact of this privatization strategy of private investors, then you see that for every single university city, the impact of privatization from private investors is way bigger than the current pipeline till 2030. So in the end, to come back on your question, Frank, I do think that we need to double the amount of the pipeline that we agreed on a few years ago to be even close to the current situation. So at this point in time, I do think students will have way more problems to find a suited home in the upcoming few years, I'm afraid. Mm-hmm. How that involves the investor strategy, I first would like to zoom out a bit from a European perspective. What we do see is that a lot of investors, also here in Manchester today, are actually expanding their strategy from a BTR market into more the operational market. So on the one hand, PBSA, but also the other end, senior living, which is, I think, a really good thing to see. But that is also partly because we do see that they see the demand is going more towards these kind of products. Also from a Gen Z perspective, they demanding more facilities in their homes, which is a good thing, I think. But beside that, it's also because of affordability. So a lot of people cannot access the owner-occupational market anymore, which means that parts of demand are shifting towards the rental market, which also means that there's way more pressure on the rental market in the Netherlands, and that pushes also demand towards the PBSA market. So a lot of people, younger people that ended up their studies, try to stay longer within their PBSA complex because they don't have an alternative. This is not always easy to do, of course, because there are rules for that. But based on that, you do see that people stay longer in this PBSA, which actually means that demand is increasing because of that impact as well. What is that meaning for the investment volumes in the Netherlands? Well, if you look at this picture, it's not that great. There's actually one deal in 2024 yet, but it doesn't tell the full story. I do think that there is a lot of investment that want to invest in the Netherlands, but there's still a lot of lack of product at the moment. We do see that there's a big pipeline coming up in the next 6 to 12 months, so I do expect that these figures of modern investments in the upcoming months will be way higher as we see right now, which is, I think, a good thing to help students as well. And that we follow the trend that we already see in the UK, of course, but also in the rest of the continent, where the share of PBSA investments into the total living area will be bigger structurally, which means that I think that around 20% of the total investment in living will go into PBSA in the long term, which is a good thing, I think. Last but not least, what we also see based on that changes in strategies by several funds in Europe, we also see that the spread between the net initial yield of multifamily and the net initial yield of PBSA is narrowing quite a bit, which makes it also more easily for new constructions for PBSA as well. So I do think based on this, they see that the risks aren't that big for the PBSA market, and I do think that the return can even be better than the living part. So based on that, I do think that on the long term, we will find way more capital going into the market, which also will help students in the long term to find modern accommodation to live in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. Yeah, applause, sure. We have 6 minutes left for conversation. I think what is, if you're invested in the Dutch market, this kind of data is actually quite new. It's the first time that we see these impacts. And as Arunima was explaining, also the shift in politics towards international higher education is maybe even newer. A lot of these laws are still being debated. So it's going to be a very interesting time. But if you think of us working in a 10-year framework, what you were saying is that there are a number of things that are affecting the PBSA market. And you put the number at, say, 120,000 beds. It's speculative, but what do you think should be the role? And I'm diverting a little bit of the questions that we discussed, but what do you think, Frank, should be the role of our sector in this debate? Like, how do you, what do you also see you could help from your side?
Well, I think bridging a bit between investors and the government in this.
Yeah.
Because in the Netherlands we do see there are some struggles there, and
yeah.
The government, and I say they, I don't need to say they, but they doubt the meaning of what we say as an investor or an advisor
yeah.
or whatsoever, because they do think that we're only looking at profit. But in the end, also from a CBRE house, we're only looking at how can we make a perfect environment for everyone, for
yeah.
students, of course also for investors. But I think you are the partner in it to bridge these conversations way more,
yeah.
and try to build up a discussion not purely on pipeline, but also on what kind of impact does all several kinds of regulation or other legislation have on the existing stock.
Yeah.
Because the existing stock is also really important, of course, to facilitate
yeah.
the rest of the students.
Yeah.
And that's most of the times forgotten in these kind of discussions.
Yeah.
Mainly look at pipelines.
Yeah. Well, if we have 120,000 beds, we're going to help the new minister, Mona Keizer, in her goal to achieve 100,000 new homes every year for the next 10 years, right? 1 million.
Yeah.
Arunima, based on your conversations with the higher education sector and organizations like NUFIC, what do you see or what do you expect will be the response of this sector towards this challenging idea, or actually undermining their business model that they have developed for the last 10 years?
I definitely think that now, because of as you said, Frank, like the changes in the universities when it comes to internationalization, it's not going to get implemented like really quickly. So we will keep seeing rising numbers. Like we did have the percentage of international student enrolled even this year was higher than last year. So it is steadily increasing. It's just that it's been slower.
Yeah.
So we will definitely need those houses. It's not going to take away the housing crisis by limiting international students. And we will not be able to do it anyway in the near future. And I see that the universities are now more and more realizing this.
Yeah.
And they are telling students that if you do not find housing, then don't come to the Netherlands. It's just not a solution, and they do realize it.
Yeah.
So we see traditionally the Netherlands the universities do not provide accommodation, but this is now changing, and I do see that universities are just more aware and willing to talk to the private sector about, addressing this housing crisis, and especially because, as Frank said, that in the last 10 years, the universities have put in so much work to create this like really quality education to just go high up on the rankings to compete with the likes of the UK and the US. And so all of that would kind of go to waste. So of course they want to, I would say, that they do still want to keep getting that international talent, especially when you want to retain them.
Yeah.
We need them as well.
Yeah, we need them.
From an economical perspective in the end.
Yeah. So we have a shared problem and a challenge. So in a way, and sometimes this can help as well. I think it would be great if CBRE indeed also participates in these kind of with the data, but also your understanding. We're going to have Marius Keulen from the Ministry of Housing on the next panel. So I'll pass on the new number from his side.
It's lovely.
Yeah. When you look at the UK universities, I think you see also them depending much less on the government funding and more relying on money from international students. Can you imagine that also would be sort of the trading, the thing to engage with the national government about, like, if you cut our funding, we have to become more self-resilient? Yeah, reliable?
I think so, yeah, of course.
Yeah, good. All right. This was so much for the Dutch market. I can tell you that it's a very exciting time for different reasons than 10 years ago. So even more work for us as a community to come together with the universities, with the cities to solve the housing crisis. I think as a stakeholder in this in this community. If we stop internationalization and development of our economy because of housing, then that means that we can fix the housing situation. So everyone has an opportunity to study if they want in the Netherlands. And thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you to the panel. Perfect. Hey, Amy.
Hi.
Hello again. New panel. The first one in the afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, it's already 1 o'clock in the rest, most of the rest of the Europe. So I think a lot of people are going to have a little bite as well. But nevertheless, a very, very important topic. I just hosted the Italian session, the Dutch session, and I have a bit of news from that as well for you. So yeah, some insights.
Surprise.
But it only underlines, I think, the urgency of collaboration, which is what we're going to talk about today. We have an incredible panel with really different perspectives on the topic of collaboration. Our goal is to basically set some of the key framework pillars for the next 10 years. And so we invited Amy Diamond from Osborne Clark to provide her insights in how collaborations work, also what kind of housing plans have worked and which ones have been challenged. So that will be very exciting. Piotr has experience both from the Unite side, but now currently with a university developing big master plans and based on a long-term vision for the city and the university, understanding now what also the realities are, right, in the city of Bristol. And Marius Keulen, policy officer from the Ministry of Housing in the Netherlands. You have a new ministry name again, which also underlines the importance of this topic now in the Netherlands. So the news that I can share you is that, after the summer we had a session in Spain where the Spanish partner said, well, we need at least 400,000 units in Spain in the next 10 years. As you might remember from the beginning of today, I said JOL has estimated we need 3.2 million new homes in Europe for students, rooms. So that's 400,000. So that's the Italian panel said we need more than 400,000, but at least we're going to put 400. We should at least aim for 400,000. They have 58,000 right now, so it's a big task. And then the Netherlands, which Frank Verwoerd from CBRE just discussed, had a plan, a national action plan, with an aim of 60,000 units. But Frank was just saying that based on his insights into the market, especially some of the impacts of regulation that has kicked in this summer, that they have started seeing that about 5,000 beds, homes that are predominantly occupied by students are leaving the market because the owners are selling them. So he said, Marius, that we need to increase the targets from 60,000 to 120,000. So it's not easier after this. So we have 55 minutes to discuss this. We're not going to find all the answers, but I think what is really helpful for us is to understand that the context is basically in our favor. We've been working on developing this market in many countries, basically when it didn't exist. In the UK, it was already much more developed, so we have that example. But in the meantime, housing has become a European issue even. And it shouldn't surprise that, of course, student accommodation is a part of that story, but not the full story. But the fact that Ursula von Leijten has appointed Dan Jurgensen as the first commissioner of housing. He has a few other things that he needs to do, but housing is one of the portfolios. I think it's a sign that we really should not underestimate how important the primary need of having a roof over your head is in many places. So I think it's a good sign. So today we're going to be the advisors of the new commissioner and understand from your side what do you think should be part of our advice. That's the part. But it's not just about the quantity, I think. All of you have also advocated and discussed the importance of the affordability, the accessibility, which is basically one of the key challenges below just increasing the demand. So how do we ensure housing? So that should be part of it as well. And also the fact that student well-being is a major concern and that we've seen based on the student living monitor that we actually with student housing can have a positive impact on student well-being and improving the student experiences and other. So I think there is enough, so to say, to work with, to have a holistic view for that. I am going to take notes on my card, but I I first want to start saying that we have basically, opportunities to identify things that should be more part of a European action plan, which is then Jurgensen. We have national examples, but we also have city examples. And we have also identified some of the options, like a national student housing coordinator that has been piloted, having annual data, like we did this morning with the investment barometer, but more on the country level, which is also what the Netherlands has been investing in, and also understanding the social and economic impact, especially in countries where there's lack of awareness of what a university is doing. So it's a big introduction, but I think I want to start with asking you, because you're also young leaders in the sector. We have a privilege this year of having a lot of young new voices, young voice I say, not necessarily the age, but emerging leaders and at these panels. Marius, maybe to start with, what motivates you to work on this issue?
Well, I used to live in a student house for many years, 5 years or so. Shared facilities, shared kitchens, shared bathroom. Well, if I look back on it, I really feel like one big family. So my well-being during those years, which was wonderful. And in the Netherlands, as a lot of Europe, we experience a very big housing crisis, which results in a lot of young people not being able to.
Sorry, we're good. I think we need to check the microphone. I'm actually going to start then with Piotr, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah.
All right. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so...
we can hear Piotr, right? Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. So, my motivation in a way is twofold. I always been around the university sector at my family. So my grandfather was a professor and the dean at the university in Poznań, where I'm from, and it was just something, a sector that always attracted me. I didn't know I'm going to end up working in it, but when the Unite students phoned up years and years ago for one of the entry jobs, I entered there through the finance route, and ended up working eventually through various positions, but working within investment and asset management sector. And I fell in love in the sector and also in Bristol. And when the new development on the new campus happened, led by University of Bristol, which is like 500 million investment right by the city in the train station, I wanted to be part of it. So I applied for the job. I got it. I started speaking to my colleagues at the university about what the private sector can offer as well to the institution. And now we're here, so kind of expanding my responsibilities into the residential and the campus and the investment within the university. So yeah, very exciting and nice journey.
Nice, yeah. And very helpful also to know different languages in terms of like how the stakeholders are looking at the same problem sometimes. Yes. Amy, you.
So when I was a student, long time ago, so I won't comment on the age, Frank, possibly not quite.
We're all young at heart, please.
I actually worked for the marketing department at my university. I was a student ambassador, so I spent a lot of time talking to students and encouraging them to come to student accommodation from that angle. And then when I eventually qualified, the first deal I did was a partnership with the University of Aberystwyth. And I've basically been in the sector ever since. Yeah. It's a really fun place to be. It's really rewarding to see the difference that you make when a good partnership between a university and a private operator and the city come together. So I'm really excited about sort of helping foster those connections and partnerships. As a lawyer as well, it's just an interesting contract, to be honest.
How would you describe the role of the lawyer
So if you've got a partnership situation going on, you've got two parties who can talk to each other, talk the language of collaboration, but they also need to get funding, they need to make sure the contractual matrix works, and my job is to interpret everything that they want to achieve and put it in a document that can achieve that for them, that both parties have got the right level of risk. So it's an important job. We're working in the background to make sure that all of those things go smoothly. Yeah. So whatever the project is or the collaboration goes without a hitch. Yeah. And you don't end up in a situation where it's not quite working or you're having to talk about things that should be in a contract and don't need to be on the kind of commercial table.
Yeah. So also agreeing on a common language, right?
Agreeing on the common language, exactly. Exactly.
So Marius, I think we gave you a voice.
As I was saying, I used to live in a student house for 5 years, and with shared facilities, that what I was talking about, shared kitchen, shared bathroom, and everything. So it really made you feel like a big family. It contributed to the well-being of everyone, and at the same time, we have this great housing crisis, which results in young people not being able to leave their parents' home. And from my own experience, I can tell it's really fundamental if you want to, grow in life, be independent, to live on your own before you start having a real job. So at least to give people that opportunity, I'm very proud to be part of that mission and the reason we're here today. So.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I mean, you see that often when people, even they maybe have studied, I'm not pointing at you, Amy, a while ago, that personal experience can be so, informative in terms of like understanding the power of studying either in a city in your own country or going abroad. So very good. Marius, when you look, at Frankfurt Word's presentation before with the basically doubling the house rate, why do you think he shared that concern?
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure because the cabinet right now is really busy with lowering the influx of international students. So that will have a great impact on the student housing market. And at the same time, I can really tell what he's saying and underline it, because there are a lot of people who are living right now with their parents, and they say, I would like to have a student house, but on the other hand, I don't like it because it's too expensive. I can better be here. And that is a very big group who isn't really searching for a house, so it's really hard to monitor them. But at the same time, they're still existing. They're still living at home. And well, if you add that group to the already consisting group of students who's looking for a house, we'll need much more. So in that case, I think he's right. Yeah,
and you have experience with building a national action plan.
Yes.
Can you say a little bit more about basically the Dutch approach to tackling the issue?
What
it consists of?
2 years ago, we had actually 3 big goals. One was that we need context, we need numbers, we need stats to formulate really the 60,000, the number that we came up with in the end. And we had 4 core problems, and we needed 4 core solutions. And the third step was to implement all these solutions. And we did that by making a mutual agreement between a lot of key stakeholders. And those are not only housing associations, but also the universities, also the knowledge platforms like Kansas in the Netherlands, also market parties, 2 ministries, the Ministries of Housing, the Ministry of Education. So we all came together with one big agreement about this number and how we're going to fix it. So I think that's kind of special and maybe even unique.
Yeah. Is it unique, Piotr, or have you seen that also in the UK at the national level?
At the national level, I see it implemented at the local level with the local plans within within London, which we will talk about, but in Bristol it's happening at the moment. So what Council is looking at is implementation of local plan, so recognizing the housing being an issue, of course, so it doesn't even only touch the student sector, it is looking at the entire needs of the city. And some things that we're seeing that being suggested, and we're trying to, as a university, work and collaborate with the institute, with the council as well, is what worked in London, what perhaps didn't work that well. So as a university, we encourage affordability, but our view on affordability is that affordability will come with the supply. And at the moment, some of the proposals that we've seen and we're feeding back on the cap of affordable beds of 35%, of 50% of maintenance loan, which is very low, especially for Bristol, and it doesn't meet a viability development threshold, makes potential, put some threat to the future development. So So this is something that we're trying to engage with the council on and say, look, we see the examples of that potentially working or backfiring in a way, and we're seeing maybe the 65% in the building subsidizing the 35%, and actually you still need to deliver that income to get the building going. Also, what is interesting, council is thinking of allocating the quotas to certain areas of the city, which part of that is very encouraging because they identified our own land and campus to do that sort of development, which is good, and we want to do that. However, there is the question: what happens if there is a cap and there is still a space? So why do there are areas that, or maybe new areas that are not being explored? We've seen maybe here in Manchester, right, that the city can grow and expand. It's very impressive how it changed over 5 years as it's been here last time. So again, our view as a university is, they can be minimum that you would want to hit, but if there are right conditions, we would want to continue to develop in those areas as well. So that's how we try to, what we see the local plan emerging and how we try to influence it as well.
Yeah. So I guess for you as a university now, it's important to create a larger agenda for the city to get the buy-in from other stakeholders to achieve what you're...
Yes. So I think there is frustration sometimes that certain areas in the city there is a high concentration of student accommodation, especially now that it's we've seen it in the market. It's one of very few available viable products that you can develop. So people local residents do complain, but we try to steer the conversation in the way of the benefits of what students bring to the communities, how we can integrate those communities, and when we look at developments and our own master plans for our own campus, we're thinking about it as well. Is like, how do we engage the community? One of the biggest communities we have on our slightly out-of-town campus, it's 2,500 students living there, and the average maybe of residents around is maybe 40 years more. So it's like the question: how do we bridge that gap? How do we provide something that they would want to use? Like I'm always inspired when I travel Europe, and Spain is a good example that you can just turn up on campus during summer. I did in Toledo, eat fabulous meal on campus facilities, and it's open to communities. So I think there are things that we could do. There is things around staff housing, intergenerational housing that we could influence through developing those master plans. So that's definitely on our agenda as well.
Very interesting. I think that also requires then to engage with different kind of stakeholders than just the university and the council, right?
Yes, we got to.
Yeah, and build a new generation of campuses.
Hopefully. Yes, we have land. We definitely have land, at Bristol, and it's
well, it's good to bring something to the table. Especially if it's a potluck. Great. Amy, when we started talking about this panel, we mentioned a couple of examples where you've seen collaboration work, but also some things that are challenging. We picked out London.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit for those that don't know, what the London plan was and how this relates to the two stories that we've heard before.
So, the UK is a bit of a more developed, sort of mature market than the rest of Europe. So, the London plan was something that the City of London brought in 2021 with the intention of managing student housing development as well as housing development across the city more generally. They added some new stipulations to try and encourage affordable housing. So their intention was to create 3,500 new affordable beds.
3,000?
3,500 affordable beds over the next every year of the plan. What they defined affordable was very similar to what Piotr said. It was 55% of the UK loan, London loan, which is slightly higher than the rest of the UK. And 35% of beds had to be at that affordable rate, but the beds had to be split across types. So not only was it 35% of beds in total, but all of the mix of the rooms. So you couldn't have, say, cluster bedrooms at the lower rent and then studios at a higher rent and not affordable. So you had to do a mix. They also required, to get planning permission, that you had 50% or more of the rooms under a nominations agreement with the university. So you needed the university to sign up from day one to get your planning permission. So That's obviously been for a couple of years now, that we've kind of seen how that's working in the market. If you speak to the London Authority, they will say it's successful.
Yep.
They've managed to do 12,000 beds in the time period it's been open. 3,100 of those have been affordable, so very close to their target. However, looking forward, the pipeline is reducing, so we are not getting the sort of longer term development, and part of the reason for that is viability.
Yeah.
So putting in the affordability limits has meant that a lot of beds, particularly in the centre of London where the demand is higher, is very, very difficult to achieve with the cost of land and the cost of construction at the moment. There's also been a challenge getting universities to sign up, particularly the smaller universities. So the top 4 universities in London are dominating the market now. So that's UCL, Imperial, King's and LSE. There are a lot of other universities in London. They're just not willing to put themselves on the line contractually at the point of planning. So we are struggling now to kind of get new developments through because the demand of those bigger universities has been met.
Yeah.
The younger universities and the smaller universities are not willing to put up. So developers are struggling to find that kind of tick in the box to get the planning permission through. And the viability challenge is meaning that most of those developments that have come through are on the outskirts of London, which is not, yes, it's serving the kind of students and making sure there's accessible housing, but the student experience is not the same. They're much further from their campuses. They're not getting the kind of central London experience that you would expect if you were coming to the city.
How far is far?
20, 30 minutes by tube. So
Okay.
you're kind of properly on the outskirts, and the environments of those areas of London are not the same as kind of the centre of London. It's a lot more residential or industrial and kind of like a high-rise city. It's not connected to the community. So there's challenges there, I think. There's lessons to be learned. There's obviously it has achieved arguably what it set out to do. There are more affordable beds than there perhaps would have been in the market, but it's slowed down demand, it's slowed down supply, and because of the kind of the challenges in getting something through, other rents, historical rents, are all higher because the band is higher.
Yeah.
So you have got your kind of affordable rents, but it's affecting the whole of the market. So lessons to be learned when we are putting these policies in place, and we are seeing it across the country now. So Bristol are thinking about it, Manchester's thinking about it. I saw during the week that Edinburgh are having similar ideas, again around setting a minimum threshold for affordability and making sure, possibly not the same level of collaboration needed with universities, but still that kind of idea, we want affordable beds, you will have to meet a minimum threshold to be able to get your developments away.
Right, because this is different from the Netherlands, right?
Yes.
Where you have a general housing subsidy that is available.
True.
As a panel or as an advisory group, what should we say to the EU? Well, Marius, I told you that we were going to do this today. Like,
You're asking me.
well, I ask you both, about all of you. Yeah.
I think.
What should be a framework for Europe?
If I can speak from a Dutch perspective, it's the thing is like you should subsidize all sort of housing, all sort of student housing, because there are a lot of different people with a lot of different wishes. And for example, you got the studios with their own bathroom, their own kitchen, whatsoever, and you feel sort of isolated. But people like that, you know. It's some people's preference. And on the other hand, you got like student rooms, the dorm rooms on campus and whatsoever. You're surrounded with people all the time. And in the Netherlands, we got the subsidy that only supports and stimulates these studios. And for that reason, it's incredibly hard to get market parties, but also housing associations, to stimulate those rooms with shared facilities. And I think after the COVID pandemic crisis, and right now, as we discussed, the housing crisis in the Netherlands, it's so important to give people the opportunity to live together with people from the same generation. On the other hand, they might be in their bed at night, being on TikTok all the time, being bored, living with their parents in their small village or whatsoever. So yeah, I think if you make a pan-European subsidy, it would be very important to subsidize all sorts of student housing.
Yeah, it's a good way to steer towards a certain direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think thinking about what the European plan is to stimulate European growth, bring international students to Europe, make sure that, again, that it's accessible. So we do want a sort of a degree of affordability in there, but stimulating collaboration with the stakeholders, so students themselves,
Yeah.
universities, public realms, municipalities, other community groups in the area where these developments are expected to be, setting a policy where we're bringing everybody together to the table and working out what works for their area.
Yeah.
So rather than it being a very blunt tool, you will do this, you will do that, set a policy level that hasn't had that conversation, fostering an environment where we can have those conversations and come up with solutions that meet the demand of the actual area that the development's going to be in and the community that those will be based in. I think is really important. How the EU does that, different question. But we're advisory board. That's not our challenge, is it?
Yeah.
I think that would be. Something that policymakers should be really thinking about. How do you generate that conversation so we're not building student accommodation islands?
Well, it's actually not it's not unusual for the EU to, for example, financially support bringing people together. So that could already be
the Erasmus program, for example.
Yeah, to support the mobility, but also to invest in even conferences like this to have exchange. So different stakeholders. I think that's also what you mentioned. Like you need to create a process to get to a shared goal, including the data that you need to agree on.
I think legislation is quite important here as well. Actually speaking, as Amy is here as well. Just when you try to foster the collaboration between the two parties, public and private, there are things that you have to go through. The public procurement, subsidy control. That sometimes, like when I worked back in the private sector, sometimes you have that feeling and frustration that universities are just slow. And now I'm here on the other side. We're in the middle of the marketing process of a land that we want to develop, but we just feel that we really have to answer many questions and around the risk about those two subjects where I feel like the legislation maybe could allow and allow for those collaborations to happen rather than see them as an unfair advantage that maybe you've been giving someone. So it's an interesting, and I think the subsidy control will be reviewed as in some information. So that will be interesting to see development there. So definitely a suggestion.
Good. Okay, we'll add that one too. Yeah. No, I guess also the different countries have different traditions, right? So there's not going to be one size fits all. Yeah. But I do also see that in most of the countries there's not a national coordinator or something of a resource that also brings all the bits and pieces together. Yeah. You have subsidized a resource.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you share what that means in practice?
Well, what it means is due to the crisis we're living in right now, there are all sorts of housing projects that want to get locations and whatsoever. And for some reason in the Netherlands, people feel like students will be fine. They can live in basements, they can live in the attics or whatever. And it's really important, I think, that there's one central person who goes to cities and tells everyone the importance of this issue. Yeah. And at the same time, he's also like this really great source of information because he speaks to so many people. That's basically what he does. He goes after people, he calls people, and so he gathers all this information. And for me as a policymaker, it's very important to have someone like that. I can ask him questions. We meet every week. So we talk, we discuss these kind of things. He thinks about, he really gathers information from the field and he brings it to the ministry. I tell him what happens at the ministry, he can bring it back to the field. Yeah. So really he's a key person and he's very important to us.
Yeah.
Having that at a European level would be, I think, quite impactful because there are the markets where there's less regulation, like Italy and Spain.
Yeah.
If they are thinking about bringing regulation in, if they had somebody like a coordinator, they could learn from other regions. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from my experience working with the National Housing Coordinator in the Netherlands, what is interesting also is that that person has one single interest and that is to solve things. Yes. Yeah. Instead of having to take a specific perspective or a position, and I think that might be really helpful too.
Yeah, a neutral party in the mix rather than a politician. True. I think yes, I think that's good. In the UK, quite often we have a sort of a competing interest between our immigration policies and our growth of international students policies. That can be quite challenging to navigate. So and the politicians have a stake in that. So having somebody
Yeah.
outside of that metric, outside of that framework,
Exactly.
who can actually
Exactly.
look at this in the round and have a goal of improving things, I think would be.
Yeah, and he's sort of independent because he's not like the ministry. Well, they pay him, but he doesn't really work for the ministry. So he's really independent. They can really help all these key stakeholders together with the big puzzle, as well being independent.
Yeah.
Which is also a very, very important part of his role.
So we'll add an org chart to the advice then. So we're going to have a European housing coordinator.
Yes.
That is going to work with national housing coordinators.
Yeah.
So that's a recommendation to all the countries.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that.
Me too.
The UK is going to be part of this group, by the way. Yeah, that's
No exit there.
yeah. Brothers and sisters. And then at local level, do you also see a sort of independent role at the level of Bristol or regional? I mean,
But I see that
could be part-time. Right?
yeah, I think so, and
Yep.
I think it needs to. Well, I don't know what you think, but I think it just needs to be one coordinated view and between all the housing sectors, right? It can't be just seen in isolation. So, so you need to respond to the changing markets, and I think what we see, even with the one thing about those policies, is like how flexible are they? Because I think one thing, maybe I was reflecting on that, one thing that might have driven the London plan affordable and nominations element is because typically they would be much more higher in the capital. One pound of income to those nominations would be higher. But now it's not the case with higher interest rates, so that affects viability. So how quickly can you flex those policies? It's an interesting one. So it's something here about how quickly those government bodies and when they exist, and that it's always evolving, and they monitor the market and they can respond to the challenges quite quickly as well.
Yeah. Something that we noticed in some of the panels already before is also a sort of absence sometimes of the higher education stakeholders. Is that something that you see also happening? Like not having a clear framework for growth, where it's going?
I think it's really difficult, as it's very challenging to sort of predict what the higher education market is going to be doing from year to year. And I think there's almost a reluctance to commit. Most universities will have a plan for growth, I'm sure Bristol does.
Yeah.
But a plan for growth and what actually happens on the ground is challenging, and particularly in the UK, universities are competing against each other for the student mix. So you don't want to share. So everybody in Bristol is going to be growing by X amount of students. Probably that's something that would be really helpful for developers to know, because that allows them to plan and kind of strategically invest where they're going to be developing. But the universities won't want to share that necessarily. And I think a forum to do that, to come together and say, actually we're going to be targeting this area in the next couple of years. Build me a student accommodation block that's going to meet that would be really a great way of the kind of the market helping each other. Yeah. And I agree. I don't think that necessarily comes forward, and I don't know if that's the same across Europe, but I imagine it's quite similar.
Yeah, we don't see, some countries are different now. You see France and Germany, they have set like a national goal of increasing international student numbers. That helps. And then everyone more or less knows where we're going. But that's the two only countries that we see. What about you and your colleagues at the Ministry of Higher Education?
Yeah, well, we're seeing a totally different trend, as I explained earlier. We're trying to minimize the influx of international students, which is going to be incredibly hard because most of them will come from inside the EU and they're free to study wherever they want. Yeah. So I think the more fundamental key issue with us is, and with higher education institutions, is that they're not allowed to build on their own properties. So for some reason, and I think that's quite unique in this world of student housing. So they're not allowed by law. So my first recommendation would be, if you have a law like that in your country, erase it.
It's also good to have a plan of demolition. I mean,
exactly.
Breaking down laws.
Exactly. And I really think it's hopeful to see that these other countries are really busy trying to grow on having international students, because what I learned from experience and research also shows that, well, it's like having students in your even smaller city is good for your local economy. Students always come up with new initiatives for the neighborhood. It brings a whole different atmosphere to a city. And the thing we're seeing right now in the Netherlands is that we're really pushing as a ministry, and together with the Ministry of Education, to push these universities to open faculties in cities that are not already have one. So Almere, for example, but also in places like the border of Rotterdam, we're really trying to see if we can build their new faculties, and these faculties can come along with new student housing, so that perfectly fits together, and it comes with all the upsides I just mentioned.
And maybe it's a nice add-on to the local plans that you would basically add also, like think of it as a region. Although what you mentioned, if you create ghettos without all the other necessary things that make it lively and
the kind of, I was just about to say, universities have like a lot of estate, a lot of free land, and quite a lot of the time it may not be used that well, and so there's a potential, if we are looking at new faculties elsewhere, or using that land to kind of develop properly, building a master plan where you have all the amenity space that you want, you've got a student accommodation there, you've got a new building, a faculty, creating a zone so that well-being is promoted as well as accessibility and everything else. And then using that land to subsidise, the value of that land and that value of that creation to subsidise the rents, maybe, rather than making it a affordability threshold. Might be something universities can look at, if they, or the public sector even, if that's something, communities can come together or cities can come together to identify space that could be used for development, reduce the land costs. That's
it's a big
way of thinking about it, maybe.
Interesting capital asset too. But for example, the current European Investment Bank programs also support campus developments in, for example, in Poland. We could recommend also for them to provide funding for these more master planned communities, because they could help basically universities that struggle financially with attracting talent, right? I mean, or not talent, sorry, but capital.
I think that would be really helpful, and we see example of the master plan being executed well in Bristol by the Temple Mead station, by the main train station. Before, if you came to Bristol on a train, you would see this like old post office block, like a warehouse that it was just there for years, abandoned and derelict. And now, in the 2 years' time, you're going to have a new business school of the University of Bristol, and you can see the moment. Literally, it was really interesting to see the moment we started on site. You just see all the others development followed around. So it's build to rent, PBSA, of course, but there's also master plan for the new academy. So the facilities are coming to the area as well. So and this is one of the biggest regeneration program in Europe at the moment. What's happening in Bristol? So I hope parts of Bristol will look at as what we see the transformation here in Manchester. So that's a good inspiration.
Nice. If I think we have 10 more minutes on the clock. What do you think is still missing? Let's see what's. So we discussed national coordinators, EU coordinators. So that's someone that basically helped the process. And we have both seen subsidies that can be helped to incentivize certain things that we want more from a quality perspective. So shared living options instead of single studios. We've mentioned EIB funding for mixed-use development instead of single-purpose, so more master plans to offset also the financial pressure on universities for developing the land.
Is there something maybe around encouraging social impact of the development? So having a kind of student accommodation and university campuses do have a social kind of impact. Obviously, it's a kind of educating. There's a good thing there, but putting all this money into a single area has an impact on the community that it's based in as well. So having something around engaging with wider stakeholders for the community, maybe providing some sort of social space, using the campus during the summer, like we were talking about, or some sort of public amenity as part of the project to really connect those developments with the wider cities. I think.
To incentivize that.
Incentivize that. I mean, in the UK, the planning policy does have an element of that, but it's never questionably kind of sort of deployed. Quite often it's a tax that you pay, or you have to build a play park somewhere down the road. It's not kind of a connected kind of thing, whereas having something within the development itself that can be used by the public or kind of a local community or a charity or something like that would really kind of enhance the offering, I think. And it would give something back to students as well. It would give them access to different opportunities.
So I guess it would be good also to define those, especially locally, as KPIs that you can also drive success for that.
And maybe they're different depending on the locale, because I think in Bristol there's probably not as much of a need for that, maybe, but possibly in London there's a lot of lack of community space.
Yeah. So target. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I don't know. And I think also a very big problem in Europe is that our population is getting older and older.
Yeah.
And as we heard earlier in the panel about Italy, I believe there are a lot of villages, and we got the same problem in the Netherlands, where like all the young people are going away. There's this sort of brain drain. So I think you should really see from a pan-European perspective on where are we going to build these student houses, and where can we have cities or municipalities? Yes, hard work. Well, get them together and see if you can bring a little more life to these areas where people also feel sort of abandoned. I believe shops are closing in the streets. You have, I think, the same problem here in the north of England. It's a big problem, and it also feeds like this sort of distrust in government. There's not a good policy. There are only the same kind of people living here. And if we can combine those two worlds, it might be a solution.
Well, I mean, both in the UK as in the Netherlands, universities were one of the biggest investment strategies for old mining towns, and so that's something that the EU can bring back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So new universities as well.
New universities.
Why not?
New campuses.
New campuses.
Yeah.
Strategic level. Why not?
Yeah. Oh, it's worked for many years.
The amount of new campuses we have in London, from international universities coming to the UK, I'm sure that can be replicated in some of those places, particularly if there's land available.
It's a major development. Great. I think we covered almost everything. Anything that you still think is missing? One of the insights that you've had? Want to talk about money?
Money.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
Money.
We said for 3.2 million new student loans, we need 450 billion euros.
Yeah. Where is that going to come from?
Yeah.
There are a lot of banks that. They need to be part of this conversation as well. Europe is very well setting a policy level that we're going to do X, Y, Z, but if we can't get the lenders involved and they're not willing to put the money in, then it's not going to happen. So maybe the European, this framework needs to involve conversations with where the money's coming from. And those stakeholders as well, to make sure that the policy, whatever the policy is and the recommendations, is actually going to be fundable.
And I think you really have to involve market partners. That's very important if you want to complete the whole task, really. And really have to convince them the student housing is a good business case in some cases. It's like a space efficient. You will always have people living there. They might rotate, but I think that's a really important issue here. And that's the thing we spoke about last night during the big dinner you hosted. We talked especially about this, and we're really making steps on that front. So I think that's also very, very important to include those market parties and show them how important student housing is.
Because in the UK here, but also in the Netherlands, there's a special category of you have purpose-built student accommodation, but you also have purpose-driven organizations for student accommodation, like a non-profit.
Non-profit, yeah.
Which is also what the universities have in the UK. You have a portfolio of
accommodation.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have 4,000 beds.
4,000 beds
in need of redevelopment and investment. So of course, we're looking at that. So we have our own residential strategy, which is not that similar to the aims that the Class Foundation have. It focus on accessibility, affordability, student experience as well. And we're really thinking hard now is like how do we attract that investment and partners to work with us, and I think on our end we're happy, and we're trying to let go of some of the control or maybe design and let the market deliver the best product, because as you mentioned quite often, it's a huge amount of experts here, but also sometimes maybe from investment perspective, I don't think if you're doing the long-term project with university, 10-year IRR probably not going to work. However you will cut it, it's not going to work. So maybe for those who want to work in this partnership, to think of how can you do something that will work with your investors as well. Maybe that is more long-term. So I think that's where two sides can, university kind of trust the sector more and open up, but I think so the capital needs to be maybe a bit more patient, but I think in the long term you can deliver very good results as well and returns.
Right.
So probably two sides.
So you have a parallel system. So on one hand you have the pure market driven, maybe with nomination agreements, but those are built at their own risk basically, and then potentially also more like a traditional university portfolio or dedicated non-profits that Okay, we'll add that one too as to be considered. It doesn't exist in many European markets.
No, it's interesting.
And they struggle, the ones that are there, like Studentwerk in Germany, 100,000 beds, but not growing because they don't have a viable business model at the moment.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, they have local basically associations, but there's a legacy, like the same as in the Netherlands. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, I think we've got it. Yeah.
Having us.
I much appreciate. For those that have been listening, thank you so much. We've got a lot of ingredients. Thank you, Rishin. Yeah, we're going to go to Brussels. It was not list of the last year's program, but we're adding that. But thanks so much. And I will bring this to the final panel. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thanks.
All right. Cheers.
Hello, hello. Hope you all had a chance to eat something. And welcome to the Emerging Markets panel. I'm going to be your moderator. My name is Arunima. I'm the research manager at the class. So just to set the scene, we see that the global education is evolving year by year, decade by decade. And this is now leading to a new wave of student housing markets which are emerging across Europe, which are offering new opportunities for investors. So the big question that we're going to try and tackle in this panel is, are these markets the next big thing in student housing, or do they present challenges that could stifle their potential? We are going to dive into the prospects of these emerging destinations and ask some critical questions. Are these markets competitive enough on the international stage? Do these countries have the academic prestige and talent retention power to pull international talent and retain them across the globe? And how strong is the demand to gain investor interest in these regions? For my panel here, I have Marcus Roberts, Director and Head of Europe for Operational Capital Markets at Savills, Stina Olin. Stina, would you mind saying the name of your organization, because I'm sure I'm going to mess it up?
Yeah, Studentbostadsföretagen.
From Sweden, and then we have Christoph Faulkner, Managing Director from Milestone. So we're going to kick off with some interesting data insight from Marcus. Marcus, the stage's all yours.
Fabulous. Thank you very much and welcome to the graveyard shift. Lunchtime for everybody, so no rumbling tummies out there, thank you, especially in the front row. All I'm going to start with saying is that Greece is the word. Greece is where it's going to happen next. And over the next few slides, we'll put that into perspective, the number of other emerging markets, and then we'll talk about Greece along with other markets. But fortunately, I have a plant in the front row, somebody who's going to answer some of these tricky questions for me, who is a bit more of a guru on the Greek market than I am. But there are also very important topics to discuss in the Nordics as well, which is why we have Sina here. So, with regards to sort of who I am, Marcus Roberts, Director of PBSA, covering the European markets, been active in Europe for about 7 years, and it's been a really interesting point in the market now, where we've seen the emerging sectors, maturing markets of Spain, France, Germany over the years, and now we're going to be talking about these markets. So Poland, we always look at supply and demand dynamics. Looking at Poland on the left-hand side, we've got about 10% of percentage ratio of students can get access to full-time beds. And then if we look at that on a UK context, the UK market's at about 34% provision. So as we can see, if we're looking across these 4 markets of Greece, Portugal, and then on the far right of Austria, how far behind these markets are. Now obviously these markets are sometimes dominated by semi-government organisations who provide sort of housing to a point, but probably not to the quality of provision and certainly operational provision and expertise that we sort of take for granted in the UK and those mature markets that we've all paid attention to or invested into in Western and Northern Europe to date. So in terms of sort of future growth, this is the compound annual growth rate of international students, student populations across these 4 markets, and that's obviously going to be a key driver for investors, developers, as to why there should be continued or the start of development of PBSA in these countries, and not least the supply provision, but where are these students going to come from? And I think it's certainly safe to say that we talk about Greece, and actually there's political changes there in Greece now, where they're starting or considering lifting the restriction about international universities, starting to build universities or faculties in Greece. So that's going to start really sort of unblocking one of the barriers to entry of the Greek market. We can look on to the next slide. This is sort of deals across these sort of 4 or 5 countries over the last 10 years. There's obviously been peaks and troughs with certain sort of peaks there in 2017, particularly with Austria. Those are a couple of sort of key deals that were done by the likes of Stonehill, Milestone, for example, as well, selling to institutional investors. And as we go through that timeline, so we see the emergence of other countries, how those have grown. Particularly, typically, we've seen private equity start that development cycle, build to a scale, like Student Depot in Poland, who exited in 2021 to Kojima. That was the first portfolio of scale in Poland, about 1,800 beds, and now they've moved on to about sort of 2,500, 3,000 beds. But I think that was a catalyst for further activity in the space with the likes of Zior and Basecamp building and selling assets. And then you've seen, again, the likes of Griffin starting a new platform recently with Signal Capital to look to secure a pipeline of about 5,000 beds in the Polish market. So it's really on that first step of the journey to becoming a mature market. Obviously, there have been sort of peaks and troughs around the geopolitical situation, which certainly saw a lull in activity across markets, but particularly in Poland over the years. We touch on other markets that we have seen. So sorry, just jumped a slide there, but the likes of Zior have been sort of particularly prevalent in Poland, and we've seen the likes of International Campus acquiring various assets in Austria as well over that period of time. And the other country to mention of note is Portugal. Portugal, with the likes of Liv and Valeo, were very much the first movers in 2018, 2019 into the market there. Now backed by Bank Inter, they've grown from Portugal as their sort of first initial hubs, and then into Iberia with a portfolio of probably around 3,000 beds and it's mature, good quality PBSA. And who knows where that sort of operator will actually go to. They've got their hub in Iberia. Will they actually look at moving towards some of these other emerging markets now that they've got a foothold in one of the key mature markets of Spain? Just moving on a little more into one of the key areas which is really quite interesting for investors, about the rules and regulations. I won't sort of dwell on this too long, but naturally, as you all know, having invested or looked at various other Western and Northern European countries, the challenges around zoning, permit, what can you do, what can't you do, VAT, any tax experts out there, please come and see me. But also, I think, the typical contract length that students are going to have to sort of sign up to. Are these short sort of 6-month contracts, or are they actually stuff that's going to be more appealing to investors of longer term, traditional sort of 12-month or 3-year contracts that we find in some European countries? And I'm sure of note sort of across many of the halls today has been that question around affordable housing, affordable rents, and what does that mean? I know Stina will be touching on that because that's a particular note in the Nordics and Sweden in particular. So a couple of key deals that have happened recently in these emerging markets. So Krakow Livinex, this was an asset built by CA Ventures, opened in 2020, sold June this year to Zior as they started to look at increasing their exposure to Poland. And one really good thing about Poland that we've seen over the last few years, we talk about rental growth being a key metric for investors. In Poland in particular, we've seen probably about 18% over the last sort of couple of years. And Christoph here will hopefully back that up when I give him a nudge. Next one is Project Andy, Portugal. So again, sort of keynote here, Alea Capital. They've built and sold assets to the likes of Stone Shield. They've now just raised additional capital with King Street to further their expansion into Portugal. I think to a tune of around sort of 200, 250 million in the Portuguese market, where I guess you could say it's certainly dominated by Lisbon, obviously, and Porto. But more importantly, there are other sort of key university cities in Portugal that really go under the radar. And that's actually where a number of investors, international but also domestic, are focusing their attention. Places like Braga, Goiás, Vieira, and I know Coimbra is probably up there almost with Porto and Lisbon, to be fair. Next one, final one here was Project Fizz, Austria and Germany. These were assets that were acquired by International Campus a couple of years ago from CBRE and Allianz that enabled the Fizz platform owned by Brookfield to grow, to bring in some upbuilt income-producing assets into their portfolio, which at the time was dominated by development projects. So this was a sort of key acquisition for them across five projects in those two countries. I think you'll be glad to know that's probably about it from me at the moment, but I know there are going to be some key questions out there, and now I'm going to hand over to Stina, who's going to talk to you about the Nordics market.
Thank you. Okay, so you want big applause.
Thanks, Marcus. You want to take over, Stina?
Already? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I need my notes down. So.
No, go for it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm also, besides being the CEO of Studentbostadsföretagen, which is an association of student housing companies in Sweden, I'm also board member of the NSBO, which is a Nordic corporation of student housing companies, an association as well. So I thought I'd give you a quick overview of the Nordic markets. Very brief on the other markets though. We sent out a question to my Nordic colleagues just to get their views on their own markets. So I'll start with that and then dive a bit deeper into the Swedish market. Okay? So let's start with Finland. The need for student housing is most evident in the growth areas, mainly the Helsinki region. The Finnish government is making cuts to housing allowance, which is expected to affect the demand for student housing. And there has been an high demand for studios mostly. Now we may see an increase in interest for shared accommodation. And next, Norway. It's mainly in the largest cities there as well that we see a need for more student housing. And that's both shared accommodation and studios. And the demand has increased since the pandemic. And Denmark is quite interesting. I heard about the Netherlands earlier. It's about the same in Denmark. The government is reducing the number of English taught programs. And also trying to spread the students out into smaller towns. But there's still most demand for new student housing in Copenhagen area. And when it comes to Iceland, it's also mainly in Reykjavik, where's the demand for more student housing going forward. But the high interest rates is postponing construction. And in Sweden, then, it's also mainly in the largest cities that we see a demand for new student housing ahead. But there are also room to build more studio apartments in many of the cities, as there are many older shared accommodations that not so. The students they don't want that anymore anyway. So it's not just about the number of homes, but also about matching the demand for students. And I brought this image to show that we have quite a mixed market in Sweden when it comes to types of organizations that own and manage students' housing. So in Sweden it's roughly equally divided between the municipality-owned companies, the private companies, and the foundation. But the offering is pretty much the same. So that's quite unique, I think. And as you can see, a significant portion of the housing stock was built quite a while ago, back in the 60s to 80s. And this was also when most of the shared accommodation was built. So in the past 10 years, we built mostly studios. And when it comes on the agenda, of course, after a few years of high construction activity, we're now facing a near halt in construction costs have risen significantly, and combined with high inflation and interest rates, it's become more challenging to come up with new student housing. Now we're starting to see some improvements in the economic conditions. It's a positive sign. Another hopeful development is that we may soon have updated building regulations when it comes to student housing. So the government has proposed easing restrictions on student housing and allowing for more space-efficient and affordable options. That's a positive sign for us. And when it comes to rent regulations, as you said, we have a unique rental market in Sweden. And going into it would take a whole seminar of its own, I think. But this, we can say that the system isn't very favorable for new construction at the moment. So it's hard to make the numbers add up. But on the bright side, the government is looking into this as well and looking into fixing some of these problems. So we'll just have to wait and see what they decide. And also the universities in Sweden have limited ability to help students, international students, to find housing. A new regulation strictly regulates this, controls this, and therefore planning housing for international students is quite hard. It's getting harder for each year, actually. But there is a demand for new student housing, mostly studios, and if they can be affordable, it's really important in this for us in Sweden. But bringing these homes into the market in Sweden is quite challenging, as our legislation is not controlling.
Yeah, we're going to come back.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And dive into it a bit, perhaps. Yeah. So that's what brief overview. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcus and Stina. I have a few set of questions prepared. Oh yeah, so sorry.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Round of applause for Stina, please. Great. So I've sort of divided everything in like very neat categories. I'm going to try and get through everything and also get Akis from Greece involved in the conversation. So the first thing is, what would you say about the educational institutions in these emerging markets? Are they really attracting students? Because it's only when the students come then there's demand for housing. So I'm going to kick off with you, Marcus. What do you think?
Well, I was actually going to defer that to the operator.
I was going to do that, but I thought...
the coalface and letting the rooms.
All right, Christoph, what are you thinking when it comes to, or what do you know, when it comes to Poland, Portugal, and Austria, about are the institutions really ready to, like, are they actively trying to attract international talent?
I would say yes. I mean, for us, it's a clear yes. And this is one of the reasons why we are in those markets, of course, as well. We are an independent operator. That means we always tag along with institutional money. So we only go where institutions go. In terms of talent and international student demand in those countries, of course, they all are a little bit different from each other. And different markets attract students for different reasons. And if we speak about Poland, what we are seeing in our lease-up data and also when we talk to our competitors, it's a price-sensitive market, right? So I'm convinced that Poland, one of the reasons why so many international students go to Poland is because it's just overall you get a lot of value for money, right? We have a lot of Spanish students in Poland, and I think, and we actually speak to our tenants, right? And so we ask them, and they just say instead of spending 1,200 euros in Berlin, they just rather go to Poland where they spend 500, 600 euros in Wrocław, and then have the rest for something else, right? So, of course, I mean, Austria is always a little bit the little brother of Germany, and I think it tags along with the same reputation and with the same attractiveness. But also Austria, you have to be careful between the cities, right? Vienna is it's a proper student city, right? There's 2 million people living in Vienna, of which 200,000 are students, so it's 10% are students. We have similar numbers as Berlin when it comes to students, right? And Berlin is much bigger than Vienna, so from a proportions, it's a student city. And then Portugal, what we are seeing in Portugal is, of course, now after COVID, a lot of the Brazilian students are coming back. We're also seeing a lot of French students coming to Portugal. But one thing that is really interesting in Portugal is we're also seeing more and more local students staying with us as well. So a lot of Portuguese students are actually now staying in Portugal as well. So yeah, I mean, those emerging markets for us, we are not afraid to enter new markets. We are in 5 markets, of which 3 of them are on this panel today. We always enter them because we have internal conviction, and so far we have never regretted a move into a new country. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Christoph. It was very thorough. Stina, anything to add regarding the quality of education?
Yeah, but I think we have, despite being a small country, we have several top-ranked universities in Sweden, of course attracting a lot of international talent, such as Karolinska Institute, for example, Uppsala University and several others. But of course the domestic demand is a huge thing for PBSA sector in Sweden. Yeah, and high point of young people go on to university in Sweden, of course.
Is education free for international students in Sweden?
Yeah, not for non-European.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Of course, that's a factor as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think some of these countries do have universities of global renown, and certainly for a developer and also then an asset manager, investment manager, taking, say, Krakow, projects in Krakow to IC, it has global renown. It's got a very strong medical school that quite often, if they don't manage to get into med school, say as an example in the UK, they'll go to
the same in Sweden.
Poland, Sweden, because it's known and has the advantage of it probably being slightly cheaper than London. But you actually, I think on your CV or resume as a student, it actually looks really quite compelling as to the reasons why and the experiences that you have that hold you in good stead as an employee in future life.
Yeah.
Just one thing I want to add here, because I don't want to give the impression that Poland is interesting just because it's cheaper than other countries. They have amazing universities, like you said. I think in Wrocław you have the only medical university, or one of the few medical universities where you can actually get a medical degree that is then also valid in the United States. And also when the Coventry University, I think it is, decided to expand beyond UK, what place did they go? They went to Wrocław, so in Poland. So I mean, it's a very attractive place. You have a lot of big talent, and one thing also to add is the universities in Poland, they realized quite early on when they looked at their own demographics that their student numbers are declining because the birth rates are declining. So they made this conscious decision to attract international students, to add more and more English taught courses and so on. So Poland is interesting not only for affordability reasons, but also because they just have amazing universities.
And I think maybe University Court is maybe adapting to that. Actually, you've got 6-month placements, and actually that's bringing that international demand into a country for semester lettings, which brings with it, as everybody here knows, a different dynamic in terms of operating, but also then in terms of marketing the rooms and how you sort of keep continually filling the student rooms on a semester by semester basis.
So there's clearly really great universities in the emerging markets, that's been established. So now moving on to a slightly difficult question. So from our conversations from the more mature markets then in the class events, we have really one of the key things is that public-private partnerships to be able to deliver more student housing. What do you think, are these markets more aware? Is it set for more public-private partnerships, ready to take on that challenge, ready to do that, or is it there's still some more of an awareness and education that needs to be developed for the government and the city leader to realize the importance of student housing?
You start.
Well, I think we saw a PPP project in Krakow. The Jagiellonian University, probably about sort of 10-15 years ago, where Bouygues partnered up with the university to deliver sort of 1,000 or so student beds. That's the largest one of scale that I've seen since then, or any, to be honest with you, in the PBSA space. I think what we have seen is really the investor appetite growing from the bridgehead that they've had here in the US, the UK, and their experiences in the direct let market, and wanting to drive rental growth. And we've seen build platforms to then exit, but importantly we've seen institutional money wanting to come into that space and buy single assets, or maybe it's smaller portfolios, and they understand the direct lets, the operational risk, the occupational risk, rather than having having reliance on a university to fill the accommodation. Look at those universities that are sitting on larger land banks and probably aging academic estates, as to how they can repurpose and reposition those buildings or utilise that land to meet the requirements of affordable provision of accommodation. But also you've got the challenge of delivering quality accommodation that fits the requirements of not just domestic students but global students, because it's a global industry and you're trying to attract students from around the globe, and they've got to have that wow factor to come to that to know where the parents are going to sort of have their son or daughter living.
Yep.
So it's a difficult thing when you try to balance investor returns and obviously the requirements locally.
Right. Yeah.
And they've probably seen lots of cuts in government funding towards education, towards supporting universities, which hasn't helped either. So therefore the reliance on the private sector.
Yep. Yeah. Christoph, do you relate to what Marcus is saying? How has your experience been in these three emerging markets when you were working with the public sector, the city? What were the regulations that you had to deal with? Like, were there struggles? Was there more willingness to this?
Again, you have to look at each almost city individually, right? I think we could start with Vienna, where if you look at the university system in Europe or in Austria, going to university is practically free. I think per semester you pay a tuition fee of 27 euros, which is next to nothing, right? And you have good education. But that also means that the universities, they are funded through the public, and that also means that the international student population or the overall student population doesn't necessarily change anything in the funding of the university. So the universities themselves in Austria are not necessarily incentivized to make sure that their students are staying in the proper schemes, and they are still get the same funding. So I mean,
I would say this isn't just about accommodation. It's actually about the academic facility as well, the educational facilities. That if we look at, take Vienna for example. The whole economics university moved out of the city centre to an edge of centre new campus, probably 10 years or so ago?
2013.
So 11 years ago. But this is a very sweeping statement, but you look at a lot of the academic estates and they're probably not quite sort of fit for purpose. You can rationalise that space an awful lot better now. So you've got two prongs. You've got the accommodation, and then you've got the academic estate, which I think many universities, again sweeping statement, have probably put on the back burner for the time being. And especially if you look at some countries where exacting standards in terms of ESG requirements are ever increasing, so they've got to look at the overall estate as to how they're going to position that domestically, but on a global context.
Stina, anything to add?
Yeah, in Sweden, it's quite separate, everything. The housing sector provides the accommodation, and of course the academics goes from the education sector. But and the student unions much handle the social activities, so they're quite separate, and we're a young market in the sense that you asked for. So I would wish that both municipalities and the universities got more engaged with the housing issue, because they don't today. They're just relying on the housing sector to provide the accommodation that's needed. And also good to know that universities are not allowed to own their own housing.
Oh.
Neither the education, the other facilities. So that's not allowed. Yeah.
So I think we've got with Greece as an example, we're just sort of lifting the lid on accepting international universities into Athens. And if you haven't been to Athens recently, there's a massive mixed-use development happening down on the old airport called the Hellenikon. It's about sort of 80 or 90 hectares of development down by the port. And that's giving, in my view anyway, Athens a real opportunity to provide that academic and the accommodation that is required to really sort of upgrade what is, after all, the home of democracy, isn't it? Plato living.
Shall we get some words in from Akis and hear it from him?
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be really helpful, just to put everything into context with seeing what you've been saying on about Sweden in particular. We're just peeling the first layer away on the opportunity in Greece.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. You hear me? Actually, Greece is not an emerging market, it's a virgin market. A newborn child in the European sector of PBSA. For the moment, we have enrolled around 800,000 students, active 450. From those, 35,000 are the international students. Actually, we had an inflow after the 2020, the English taught programs were again allowed in the universities. So we had an inflow from UK, from US, medicine school, engineering programs. That's a very good positioning. And then, as Marcus stated, after 2 years, international institutions and universities will be allowed to establish in the Greek region. Already, as Eliniko discussed earlier, one of those universities have already bought a plot to construct the university, actually the campus, and they're going to need somewhere around the area, let's say 20 minutes far away from the area, a student accommodation development. PPPs that you mentioned are in a very prime stage. Actually, the government will going to use the private sector up to the construction point, and then the dorms gonna go back to the university. No operation. The universities are going there to provide good degrees. For the moment, medicine schools, engineering schools are in the three main cities are top ranked. And the good thing is that it's very difficult to enter with exams, the Greek students to enter the universities. That's why the status is high. There are no tuition fees for the Greeks. For the internationals, we're talking about 20,000 per annum for undergrads and 15 for postgrads. We have a lot of inflow from the Balkan states, where they come, especially in Thessaloniki, to colleges and universities there. And in terms of PBSA, it's non-existent. Let's say Thessaloniki with 130,000 students, proper PBSA units, we count 700, 750, something like that. And the same in Athens.
Where are they living now? They're either
PRS,
living at home or in PRS?
PRS mainly.
And I guess that's the same in Stockholm and places. It's all in PRS?
PRS, yeah. That's okay, yeah. We have different terms. Both living much at home at the moment is. Due to economic situation and everything like that, and just simply liking to live longer with a family than previous generations.
That like a lot of Swedish students now just prefer to live at home as opposed to in PBSA or in PRS.
PRS.
Thank you, Akis, for that. That was really helpful. Just a very quick overview, a capsule there. Marcus, I saw that you presented the current provision rates. In terms of that, more and more, like these countries are attracting students, what do you think should be the ideal provision rate for these countries? Difficult one, but we want you to give a number.
Okay.
Include Sweden in that answer. It would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the provision rates that were up there and the number of beds, I would say that in many of these cities, as we were saying, the provision, a lot of that is provided by semi-government organisations. So, is it sort of fit for purpose? So you could probably halve that provision rate even further to get to what we would call fit for purpose PBSA, to meet the exacting standards of the modern day student. Look, I think if the UK is at around 34-35% provision. That's a mature market, and obviously it varies across other cities. Some cities are probably up to 50%. Germany, I think, is about sort of 13%, and again, that's including the Studentenwerk, which is the semi-government organisation there. In terms of proper PBSA, I think you've got to be up to sort of 20-25% as being that will be a standard that could be sort of soaked up by, from an investor's standpoint, you want that majority being domestic cohort rather than a reliance on international students. But in these emerging markets, it's often the international students who fill it first and the domestics follow. And we've seen that in Spain, we've seen that in Portugal. It's a real cultural shift that you have to make, and I say Spain is a sort of classic example, and Portugal to a certain extent, where we provided fit for purpose PBSA as we saw it, non-catered in Spain, and that was a real sort of departure from the norm. So it did take a couple of years for the domestic market to catch up, and now they're quite happy to rent off plan, or when they see it on plan, they know what they're going to get. And especially comforting is around the operator provision as well, that I think has really improved even in the 7 years that I've been focused on the European markets. You've got institutionally quality reporting, operating, all the soft skills that we talk about with operators here today, and obviously sort of Milestone are leading the charge on that.
No, and I fully agree, and I think you highlighted an important point when you compare those emerging markets to more mature markets, and then think about the ideal provision rates. I think it depends on what cycle the market is in at this stage. You have the ideal provision rates, right? I think also the UK 10 years ago had a different provision rate, and people were saying now it's enough, right? And then it has still been growing, the provision rates. And so if you look at each individual market, you see exactly what Marcus is saying. Of course, international students tend to stay with us first because for them it's just such a hassle-free, easy solution. And then it does take educating the local market. We are seeing this still in Poland, we're seeing this in Portugal, where the local students are just not so familiar with this product, and for them it's not such an obvious choice. But one funny example is Vienna, where we are now seeing actually students from Vienna staying with us in our properties in Vienna. So we couldn't get more local than this. So, and also from my own experience, right? When I was a student, that's when the first milestone opened in Vienna, and at first I was confused because it seemed expensive. But if you really compare it, then all the services that you get and how flexible it is, the community and everything that's included, the value is actually quite good for the money that you get, and this just takes time. And so, based on this, the provision rates. Lower provision rates might be too high, or higher provision rates might be too low, if that makes sense.
I think if we look at Sweden, we're acting on behalf of a client with an asset in Kista, just to the north of, northern part of Stockholm. That opened about 18 months ago. It's about 350 beds. It's new build. Tom Dixon designed, not Tom Ford. Tom Dixon designed fixtures and fittings. But I guess the interesting point there was the investor then realising actually we've got to go and negotiate with the tenants association, And that's where the challenges come in. They enter the market thinking I can get a real high point in terms of euros a square metre or euros a month, but then actually they've got to go and set the rents with the tenants association. It might just be worth elaborating about what that means. Stina, if you don't mind.
You have to negotiate, and you're actually compared with the regular rental market. So student housing is just like any other type of rental housing in Sweden. And of course that's the dilemma. If you want to bring in a slightly more expensive kind of concept to Sweden, that's nearly impossible today.
Yeah,
so we get
little
or no compensation for shared spaces, for example, and the service that you provide in them. But actually now that the government has just a couple of weeks ago actually addressed that situation, and hopefully we'll see some changes in the coming years.
So that's really put a real barrier to entry in terms of investors having the conviction to go and deliver PBSA in some of these countries because of the regulatory environment, and we just can't get the returns either through the land value or on the exit value. So that's it may take quite a long time to get to that provision, unless there's a real sea change in government policy of saying, look, let's take the brake off rent regulation and make it a free market.
And this is an ongoing debate in Sweden, really ongoing debate.
And we've seen it in Dublin, in Ireland. They went the other way and put a 2% rental cap on, which has meant the cranes come down. There's very little development ongoing, and that's across the residential sector period.
I think both the rental legislation and the building restrictions in Sweden are quite making obstacles for
right. Yeah, that's what you mentioned, and I am going to. We have 2.5 minutes, so the last bit is really like looking ahead. What market? Marcus, you already answered it, but so we're going to start with Christoph and Stina here. Are positioned as, if you want to position them as attractive, neutral, or high risk, based on how attractive it is to investors and based on risk analysis. So amongst the markets we've spoken, which one do you think is the most attractive, Christoph, to start off? Love that scoff.
I think Poland long term is very attractive. I think short term, what Marcus has mentioned, there's a lot of movement happening, and I think a lot of the current projects that are being launched are launched under maybe some overly positive feedback from previous years. When you look at the rent increase over the last few years in Poland, 18% on an annual basis. Of course, this is not going to continue like this, but I think this has attracted a lot of local developers to jump on this PBSA train. And so you see a lot of projects happening now that I personally think might have been underwritten under a little bit too positive perspective. So short term a little bit of a risky market. Long term, of course, if you look at the incentives of the universities, if you look at the overall international student flow to Poland, very attractive market for us. And also still there's so much room to build there. So that's Poland. Portugal, I think you just need to start looking at secondary cities. For us, this is the obvious no-brainer, of course. And there it's always about the liquidity, and investors still need to see a proof of concept and some traction in those secondary cities. We as an operator strongly believe in those secondary cities. Austria, realistically, Vienna is the one city where you can grow.
I mean, it's safe to say there's huge opportunity, but you're also fighting against a resurgent residential market.
Right.
As well, that's making competition for sites ever more competitive, potentially then driving the land values. So I would say it's a safe place, Sweden, for sure. If you build a product, you've got that rent regulation that you're aiming at the domestic cohort, and it's a safe, secure opportunity. But if you're after supercharged growth, then I would say Portugal.
Yeah. You just said Greece in the beginning.
And Greece.
Yes.
I was going to finish on, but Greece is the word.
And Stina?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a stable market. We have lots of students and so on, but the legislation is it's tough. Yeah.
Well, you have to talk to the government. And
I'm doing that all the time in my
Yeah, that's why we need NSBO. So
exactly.
yes. Thank you so much, Marcus, Christoph, and Stina.
Thank you.
We are out of time, so we will not be able to take any questions. However, please do find these lovely people if you want to speak to them one-on-one. And we will, just find us if you have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All of you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
many special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky. Up the dawn and ask her why. A dream, she never dies. Wipe that tear away now from your eye. Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide. Special people change. How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide. Champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova.
Can someone put thumbs up if you can hear me? Yeah? Okay, good. Very good afternoon. This is one of the last sessions today, so I'm very glad that you joined. I know it's been a lot of information, a lot of discussions, but I think this is a very typical class topic. It's about increasing availability. And if you have listened to all the other panels, I mean, there's many things that we try to tackle in this sector, but key is that we're going to increase the supply. The simple task, as we had formulated, is that based on the report from JOL that estimates that we need around 3.2 million extra beds in the next 5 to 10 years in Europe, we have a clear objective that we can work towards. And what's interesting is that it not only provides with clarity, but also something of a reality check based on the current developments. As you know, this sector has developed in many of the European countries only since the last 5 to 10 years. UK obviously started much earlier, so we know already more or less what the pace and the path can be of markets that are still not as developed as the UK. But we also see from the investment barometer that even with the current polling that we're going to get there. But as the question on the panel title says, is it enough? We already know that at the current pace, it's not going to be enough. So this panel is going to provide a framework to advise the new European Commissioner of the EU, Dan Jurgensen, how to get to that 3.2 million. We're going to identify basically resources that are needed. What are the key components to work in a European context, so national level, local level, European level, but also what are the key incentives that should be considered. And I think we have very different perspectives on the panel to address these obstacles from different realities that they perceive. And hopefully together as an advisory council to the EU, we have at the end of this panel a framework that we can present, maybe even together in Brussels in a couple of months. But all jokes aside, I think my takeaway from this conference is that as a community we are growing up as well. We are finding our voice. We understand more of what we can do together, and also what we've been lacking. Like one of my observation is that as the markets were basically non-existing, we see that everyone just started to do it on their own, which is great, but also often with a lack of public support, a lack of understanding from stakeholders like universities, politicians, planners, if you like, even from financial institutions. So now that we have grown the awareness and have gone through certain thresholds, establishing markets across Europe, it's time for the next 10 years for us to really also step up. So it's a nice job to discuss this with this panel, and hopefully you will enjoy it. We have about 50 minutes or so it's going to go fast. But I'm going to ask all the panelists to introduce themselves, and also starting with the question, what motivates you to be part of this community, part of why you want to work in student accommodation? So Maria, maybe I can start with you.
Yeah, thanks Frank. So my name is Maria Hatch and I'm here with Greystar, and I am our Client Relationships Senior Director across Europe. What motivates me to be here? So I think, listen, Greystar's had a huge amount of success with its Chapter, Canvas and Roost brands across the UK, and we are taking that into Europe. So, we're already in Paris, we're taking that into Spain, Ireland, so we're already in the Netherlands. So we're really looking at, extrapolating that across, and I think that's mainly with our pan-European brand Canvas. And I think, ultimately, I'm really passionate about this subject because we need to solve for the availability problem. We need to give students somewhere safe to live, and we need to get the universities on board to do that. And it has been hugely successful across the UK, and there's no reason, if some restrictions are lifted and we get planning a little bit quicker, that we can't roll that out across Europe. So hugely excited to be part of that panel, and thank you for having me.
Great. Well, let's pass it on to Vicky. How are you?
Thanks, Frank. I'm Vicky Ackley. I'm Director of Residences and Sport at the University of Manchester. So that means that I oversee our university-owned accommodation and also the leases norms with the private sector to meet the guarantee for our first-year and international students. My background is sport and the division is residences and sport, which is where that comes in. And I'm relatively new to residences. I've been in the sector about 4 years, but the first 2 years was COVID, so I don't really remember that by choice. So I'm still learning, but I think what excites me is the same as with sport. You know, students have a massive opportunity when they're at the university to develop, to learn, to grow, to try things, and we need to make sure that they're doing that in a really safe environment, that we are making sure that all of those basic needs are catered for so that they can thrive and be the best that they can be. In everything else that they're doing, their accommodation shouldn't be something that they're worrying about.
Yeah, great. Simon.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name's Simon Chin. I work for the Urban Land Institute. The Urban Land Institute is a member organisation for professionals that work in the built environment sector. So that's across the whole value chain. Investors, developers, architects, public sector. And we bring everyone together to really talk about how we can shape the future of the built environment. And really what kind of motivates me about this particular sector is that we see a massive interest, as Frank has talked about and Maria, in the student accommodation sector, and it plays a pivotal role in our future. The students will be driving the longer term economic growth for Europe and globally. So there's clearly a need to provide more, better, adequate and affordable housing for students. So very keen for us to kind of discuss this topic, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I mean, it's nice you and I, we've been working together for a long time. You're also one of the organizations that organizes pan-European efforts to tackle things like climate change. So yeah, hopefully we can learn from each other and collaborate on this topic as well. Christoph.
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name is Christoph. I work with Milestone. Milestone is a student housing operator. We currently manage around 5,000 beds in 5 countries. In Portugal, Netherlands, Germany, Poland and Austria. We are planning market entries in 3 more markets, so we are really a true pan-European operator. It's also probably important to point out that we are an independent operator, so we're not tied to any capital. We work with multiple institutional investors. And I've been with Milestone now for 5 years, and I stumbled into this whole sector a little bit on accident, but what excites me about it and what motivates me is really this key aspect of bringing people together. I think Europe over the last decades has really thrived on a lot of those really important initiatives like the Erasmus program, you know, overcoming borders, leaving your cultural bubbles and so on. And I think being part of this movement of enabling people coming together, making new friends, and also thinking back about my own exchange semesters, just something that really motivates me from within. But yeah, really excited to see where we are going.
Nice, nice, yeah. Rob.
Well, thanks for the invite. Rob Waterhausen, GSA. GSA is part of the DOT Group. The DOT Group, for those that aren't familiar, is a business, a global business which operates around 80,000 beds across 11 markets on a global basis. And GSA itself managed 6 billion of assets under management. But I've been in the sector for 21 years. It's a very scary thing. But you know, what excites me about the sector is by chance, I don't think anyone intended to sort of go into that space 2 decades ago, but I really enjoyed sort of being what was effectively just coming out of university myself, going through that and being able to relate to it very, very much, seeing the changes in technology. You know, when we first had student accommodation, there was no such thing as a common room. Wi-Fi didn't exist. You know, that's starting to show age, but we're now sort of seeing a different involvement, you know, whether it be AI or whatever. So it's really exciting from that perspective. And now 2 decades on, I now have children who aren't quite ready for university yet, but I'm starting to move into that space. And therefore, as a parent, you know, higher education is the fundamental. What every parent wants is for their child to have a good education and strive for the best that they can in their lives. Yeah. And what we do as a student business, and being 100% a student-focused business, is we want to build communities for students to live that best opportunity, create that best opportunity to really excel, and not just obviously give them a bed and a house, that's what, a bed, that's what everyone needs, but also creating that community where they can build the friendships, we can deal with the key things which are a real concern for young people nowadays, whether it's loneliness, whether it's just striving for a career. 25% of our workforce within UGO are actually former students of our buildings. So people that have lived in our buildings are now working for UGO. So it's a real passionate thing from our side.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's interesting that we take for granted, what makes this sector at the same time very unique, because we grew up in it, so to say. Maybe you're a little bit newer to it, but if you think of it, like often the investor and the operator relationship is very, very close. Operating student accommodation is much more capital intensive than in other sectors, which is and very close to the customer as well. And we see that it's in Europe, for the first time, also really a European sector within the living sector, right? So there's a lot of brands and investors that are operating in different markets, which is you only saw maybe in the hotel industry or some of the retail industry. So that's, I think, also very, very powerful. And at the same time, the capital itself we work with is global as well. I mean, Greystar also came from the US into the European market. There's more homegrown brands like Milestones that have developed. So I think it's interesting to realize that this is also maybe at a political level not necessarily something that is understood, and that we can maybe articulate ourselves better as well. I started saying that there were basically we as a task force have been given an assignment. So currently we have around 2.2 million PBSA beds in Europe. And as I said, the unmet demand is estimated by JOL at 3.2 million. So that is an estimate of basically the potential of the market size that we need to envision to build for. And that would be by 2030. And that corresponds with a capital need of 450 billion euros. If you were part of the conversation we had with Savills earlier this morning, a sample size around 16% of the total market that was sampled had the ambition to increase their portfolios the next 5 years by 70%. That would result in 100,000. So if you combine that, we would not even get close to this amount, nor the number of rooms. So we really need to increase the capital, increase the development, so that we would get in 2034 at 5.4 million PBSA beds in Europe. A lot of markets are very early phase. I mean, Christoph, you've also already indicated that you're a pioneer in many of the markets, so we're going to see how we can tackle that. There are a few ideas that we have put out there. So with a European Commissioner basically building a European action plan for affordable housing, this is obviously an opportunity for us to chip in, to contribute, to see how we can be part of that solution. He hasn't put a number in terms of like what the European Union wants to build in terms of or encourage building. But there are other things that have already happened for example, in the Netherlands, that there was a national action plan on student accommodation, which also put clear goals in terms of the number of units that should be built and how to collaborate. And then obviously there have been examples of city plans, collaboration at city level. We had Bristol University earlier today. Manchester is of course a very interesting example, with the Lord Mayor saying yesterday, like, we have agreed that we need at least another 12,500 units in Manchester. So there are things that are, practices that are developed, but it's not common yet. So we think that should be considered as part of the strategy. Eager to hear your input on it. And then there are also some things that we can advocate for, if you like. So for example, the practice of a national student housing coordinator, someone that can work between universities, operators, investors, and cities or regulators in general, just to take down some of the barriers that are there. Having more insight into the market, data, monitoring the market, also measuring our success, right? That if we increase the supply, that we know where we are, and also to be aware more of the larger socio-economic impact. And I think this is something that also was raised in the other panels. If we just push for a single solution that is purpose-built student accommodation, you often clash with more complexities that are local, more demands in neighborhoods, or the need for lively neighborhoods that you've seen here developing in Manchester, very interesting, with housing for young professionals, students, campus facilities, startup companies, you name it. So it's much more of a holistic approach, and that you can also see what benefit PBSA can, if it's part of a larger development, what that can bring to the community. And then some of the incentives that we pulled or that we can consider. So improving zoning conditions, encouraging hybrid schemes, private and public social investments. For example, the Commissioner has said that he wants to work with the European Investment Bank to also create, bring more capital to the sector, which might also tackle specifically shortages on, for example, the business case for affordable housing, grants, tax credits, rental subsidies, vouchers, or subsidies like in the Netherlands, public and university land leasing programs, maybe something that you can also elaborate, and also different ways of providing housing at a lower cost for very vulnerable groups, like scholarships, etc. Or the Erasmus program and then funding, of course, from the European Investment Bank. So we have quite a big menu to choose from. Maybe I should start with you, Maria. From the side, you work a lot with universities. What do you see some of the things that you believe could be improved there that we can include in the plan?
Yeah, I think, Frank, what you actually said in the slide, a few slides before, about a coordinator role, I think that's key.
Yep.
Like, I think at the moment, the university, PBSA, or wider policy world is not connected enough. And to the point to Manchester saying they need 12,000 beds, like, that's great because it's being vocalised. I don't know how much in the right places that's being vocalised enough, whether it be in the UK or across Europe or globally. So I think for me, having somebody that can bridge that gap is really going to be very important for us looking forward. There are barriers. One of the barriers is, the price sensitivity with students at the moment is an obvious barrier. I think, planning permissions and how you get, it's obviously never going to be as simple as planning permission, get out of the way, we just need to get on with it. But there is an issue. Students do need to live somewhere. To your point earlier, actually, this shouldn't be something that they stumble across. It shouldn't be a problem that they're struggling to find accommodation. So if we can bridge the gap between PBSAs and developers and universities at a strategic level with a 5-year plan in place, I think that it will create autonomy, and I think relationships will be there to build for each other and with each other. At the moment, I'm not quite sure that everybody, location is key here, so it's like the key university cities across Europe that need the help. Students are never going to travel an hour out, and they shouldn't have to be, so if they are, then that's not okay. So it's making sure, I think, that as an industry we pull together, and that role should help that. And secondary to that, that we're looking at the right data. So what do students want? What do universities want? Are university recruitment plans matching PBSA plans? Are the growth plans for both matching? Because if they don't, we're going to end up getting two separate paths, and I see that as a problem. So yeah, I think if that role comes into place and we start looking at the right data, we should be on a straight path forward, given some restrictions here and there.
Yeah, no, great.
Which I'm sure we'll talk about later.
So not just to fix problems in the market, but also to raise awareness of what the needs are of students, and also what PBSA can do, I guess, for the...
Yeah, we need to look at real-time data.
Yeah.
We need to understand not only what do the students want, but what do the universities want the students to have.
Yep.
We need to understand if the universities are guaranteed first year accommodation, postgraduate accommodation. The international versus domestic split is really interesting. So actually, is there enough accommodation for domestic students? Are we using the right avenues to get those students? I think if there's more restrictions around that, then that will open up availability.
Yeah, great.
I think just an interesting point to follow on that is probably 20 years ago, UK universities would not want to really engage with the private PBSA developer or operator because they just thought that there was a misalignment. Universities were very wedded. Real estate departments or estates management departments wanted to own and manage student accommodation and see that very much as their role. But I think we all know, and time's moved on, universities are fantastic, excellent, the best certainly in this country, and other European cities have got major universities. They specialise in education. But if they can focus on the educational piece and then effectively outsource the housing piece to another partner. Now, it needs to be done in collaboration. We can't just simply say, you do that bit, we do that bit, and we don't communicate. Exactly what Maria's just saying, it has to be sort of a joined up approach. But if there is a way that governments can incentivise universities and developers to work together, that something actually comes together, that is a real benefit, whether that's tax incentivisation or alternative. So on one hand, you can say, take London as an example. Yep. You've got the London plan, that requires people to go out there and get, it was originally a nominations agreement. You had to have a nominations agreement before you sort of got your planning consent. That was far too onerous, things weren't happening. It's already been loosened in certain boroughs by saying it's no longer a nominations agreement, it just needs to be a letter of support. And all of a sudden you're seeing a bit more engagement. And that's still got an affordability point, and that comes back to sort of regulation. But the fact that you're now getting support from the university is seeing more applications sort of coming through. But the challenge will always be, what do you want? Well, they want everything, but then they only want to charge extra rent. This is where the incentivisation piece can come from the government. So if the government can then help offset that balance, because if you're doing private PBSA, there's a market rate that someone will pay. Universities want to be associated with a cheaper rent. That gap needs to be bridged, and the governments can help with that gap.
I think to that point as well is that our government haven't been up until recently, and probably not even massively open, right, to a huge amount of students that do want to come here and study. So if we're not aligned with the universities and the government aren't backing schemes like that, and we don't have that availability, we can't just get on with things. Actually, the only people that suffer are the students. So they are suffering, and they are having to mix match between places, and it's we all know it's a very lucrative market. People are competing against each other here. It should be a very easy option. We should be talking about in 10 years' time, are we building undergraduate versus postgraduate markets for students doing business courses? We should be able to pick that off the back of this data to help the students have an easier academic life, but we're not. And our government aren't helping that. And so actually, we're asking a lot of people to come and spend an awful lot of money here, and it's not particularly easy.
GSA has demonstrated this in Dublin. So we entered the Irish market in 2016. We built 3,000 beds in Dublin. Before that, there were only a handful of international students, simply because the universities did not have the stock to be able to house internationals. So when they've got a great university or great universities in the city, it's the only English-speaking city in the EU now, so it also has another fantastic...
After Malta.
That's true, being half Maltese, so they have their own language as Maltese as well. But the transformation in terms of the number of international students that can come into Ireland now off the back of PBSA coming into that market has dramatically changed, and you've also seen the strength of the university being able to attract those internationals. It's a win-win. It keeps on going back to that circular economy. You're getting internationals in, they're spending more money, they're investing more money, obviously internationals pay more to study. It is absolutely a no-brainer, as we would say in the UK.
No, because I think, it's for us at least clear how important universities are for cities like Manchester, right? The transformation of an industrial city to a knowledge hub, attracting and retaining talent that we see here in Manchester. But at the same time, the financial viability of universities is not just here, but across Europe a question. How do you see that? How could you see the university achieve its goals, but more in collaboration when it comes to all the services that you need for the students?
I think for accommodation, it's more a case that we have to. So our newest accommodation we opened in 2019. and that was 90 million. And initially that had been in partnership, but that fell through. We then had Carillion and they went bust. So we had kind of had our fingers burnt, but that was 90 million. In our new development that we're proposing for Fallowfield, you know, that's nearly £500 million. I mean, I've said that figure so many times, it doesn't seem like that much money, but it's a colossal amount of money. Yeah. Universities don't have the hands on that amount of cash, and we've just built our engineering building, Nancy Rothwell building, on our main campus. That's basically what was North Campus, which is what was UMIST. So, you know, we've got bonds and borrowing coming out of our ears. And accommodation isn't core, you know, I mean, I think it's massively important. And it is important, but it's not core to a university. If you had to be really harsh about it, you know, we don't have to, it would cause various issues and challenges, but it isn't core. So I don't think there are many universities that are going to be able to fund projects of that size and scale on their own, and they shouldn't have to. I mean, when I was at university, kind of mid-90s, PBS, what's that? Like, it wasn't there. You know, you lived in university accommodation and then you lived in a mouldy house, you know, and that's the way it was. And some students still do the same because their parents, you know, say, this is what it's like. They watch The Young Ones, which the UK audience will get that reference. And, you know, and that's kind of what you did, whereas that's changing a lot. And, you know, I was a student in Birmingham, I worked there for 10 years. That's completely different now, and students, our alumni coming back to Manchester, look around, wow, like this is all a bit different. So we have to work in partnership, and I think an objective observation that I had coming into the student market was that we're not working closely together enough. Yeah. I haven't seen any examples of really good partnership. I'm not saying they're there, I'm just saying that I've not witnessed really good. I think we're getting there, and I think we're getting better, but there aren't any really good case studies where we can say that's worked really well. Yeah. And we're now starting to work with the City Council. Well, the university's always worked with the City Council, but particularly on planning. So it was very much the City Council decided what the planning was. Yeah. There's the H12 policy, which specifically refers to student accommodation in Manchester, and that's really from the city centre, what they call the Oxford Road corridor, where Manchester Metropolitan and ourselves are. That will move in to be called the University District as one area of Manchester as the city expands, which is all real development. In terms of the numbers, and it's interesting that the Lord Mayor, presumably last night at the dinner, said 12,500, because 2 years ago, myself, Manchester Met, we got hold of the other HEIs in and around the city to say, and we commissioned SFG to do a report on what the demand was in the city. The city then decided to do their own through Deloitte, which is fine. But we came out saying it was 14,000 beds. They came out saying it was 10,000. So it's nice to hear the Lord Mayor's kind of more in line. But so we had these two independent reports, but they're kind of saying the same thing. Yeah. And that's meant that we're working much more closely with the planning team in Manchester now in terms of where right price, and you know, I know we're not fundamentally talking about affordability here, but you know, Manchester's really expensive, and a lot of the new build is near the city centre where it's more expensive, land's expensive, construction's expensive, but we do have to have that ladder of rents if we're not going to deter students from coming to study in Manchester. Yeah.
So I hear we need a little bit more carrots, and maybe also really understand some of the sticks that are currently in the market around the regulation, but to have basically two reports competing for a certain truth is not necessarily probably the best way forward, right? It's more to create joint plans and understand what the needs are.
Could I come?
Yeah, I was going to go to you because I also wanted to tap in some more of the other experience around Europe.
I mean, just picking up some of the bits that Vicky, you were saying there, like you say housing's not core, right? But really it should be. And I think the points around public-private partnership and also with the academics and the institutions, that collaboration is key to achieving what we want. And coming back to, I think, the first point we had around that kind of strategies, I feel we need better alignment with the competitiveness and growth agenda. If you look at it from the UK, we've got a Labour government pushing growth. In Europe, we have the Draghi report that came out about the future of European Union competitiveness. I looked at that report, it's about 400 pages. Housing is only mentioned like twice in it, and related to social welfare, there's nothing. But there's a big bit around kind of universities, the role that universities play as part of innovation and driving and accelerating innovation. But as you say, these students need places to live, so that needs to be recognized. So we need better alignment between the new industrial strategies that are being developed in the UK and in the EU with this kind of broader Commissioner for Housing and the Housing and Ministry of Housing and Community Development in the UK. Because at the moment there's a disconnect there and they're not aligned. In Europe, we have leading universities, but we do lag globally. Like if you look at it on some basic metrics in terms of volumes of citations in academic journals, I think we have about 3 institutions ranked in the top 50. China has 21, US has over 20. We're flagging against kind of China and the US. So, and there's that commercialization aspect of innovation, and that links it with that private sector and university collaboration. I think Europe really lags.
You're saying not just socio-economic impact reports, but also socio-economic strategy.
Yeah. And Europe kind of lags in that front, that commercialization of innovation. I think Manchester is a good example, right? Graphene Institute, I think, was a great example. But you look at it comparatively across Europe, we really do lag compared to other regions. The other thing is around innovation clusters. So if we exclude, the Oxford Cambridge ARC, in Europe, there's none in the top 10 globally for innovation clusters. They're all in the US, China, and other areas. So there's a lot of work there. So we can do more about how do we facilitate that kind of clustering and the innovation, because this is going to drive growth, and it links back to universities.
So you're saying we should not just talk to the EU Commissioner of Housing, but also of innovation.
And it's all about the industrial growth agenda, which is all focused on innovation. So there needs to be alignment there, and the role that student housing plays in delivering this, because if people don't have places to live, they can't do this innovation. So.
It's a condition. I popped up on the screen a slide that you made us aware of. Because the development, or basically the demand, is not evenly spread in Europe right now. What do you see from the ULI's perspective in terms of, are there also, for example, does it surprise you? Are there some surprise in it, or does it?
Not really. And I imagine most of the audience kind of recognize that. I mean, the size of the bubble is based on the transaction volumes, what would be effectively the liquidity and the possibility to kind of easily transact in those markets. And you can see it is dominated by the key gateway global cities like London, Paris. We have kind of the other German kind of flagship cities there as well. So, I mean, this can help steer, because where there's demand is where we should be providing. But I think it doesn't mean that we neglect secondary cities. It's more having a strategic plan in place to how we best provide the allocation based on its investment and development prospects and the scale of the university.
Yeah. What's interesting though, and I think, Christoph, you've seen that also in Portugal, for example, universities also create demand. So if you're looking like in many of the European countries, including UK, when industrial employment went down, some cities received a university to basically create that ecosystem that you're saying is so necessary to be competitive as Europe. What is your experience in other the European? It's almost like what is the shape of all the countries that you're?
All over the place.
They're all over the place.
Trying to fill the white spaces eventually, of course. Look, I mean. It's of course, you need to look at it from the top down, right? You need to see where you have the most leverage, what initiatives have the biggest effect. But then when I look at our countries that we operate in, and then also if I look at some of the audience, like when I look into the audience, I see our Italian colleagues, right? There is, of course, this idea of steering stuff from the top, but then you have Italy, where from municipality to municipality you already have different regulations. You have to negotiate the convenzione rates with each property with each municipality. This is the thing that I think I haven't fully understood yet, how we will overcome this nitty-gritty stuff, this fractured European market. In terms of what you said about attractiveness and universities, I mean, we had good relationships in Portugal with the local Nova University, and it is one of the leading universities in Portugal. But also, if you see if you look into the initiatives of the local governments, one thing I just read the other week, which is really interesting. I think Portugal has just decided that they want to have by 2030, they want to have a percentage of, I think it was 70 or 60% of all 20-year-olds studying at university. So also this has not gone unnoticed of what you have mentioned, and this education being key. We as Europe, we are not great producers of anything. We need to use our brains in the future, right? So this is I think all coming hand in hand. And so what you're also mentioning about how little housing is mentioned in this big report about innovation, it's just eye-opening.
Yeah. But to go straight back to Italy, because it's a known story, and Maria just endorsed the National Student Housing Coordinator.
Yeah.
Did you see that because you also have a small team, you cannot educate every city in Italy, I assume, right? Would that help, you think?
Oh, it's right. I mean, and I think you launched the one in the Netherlands, right? And I think we are, and we are part of this as well. From our perspective, we're still a very small operator, right? So we have 5,000 beds under management. So the resources we can allocate into these initiatives are limited. So every time when people want to join up, we of course encourage it, because at the end of the day, you need to come together and as an industry and speak to the right players. I mean, we have tried to do our part. We spoke to the mayors in, I think it was part of Florence and so on, right? But often when you speak to the mayors, you realize how far away they are from even understanding PBSA. It's actually a funny story that I cannot tell right now, but part of it, they didn't even realize what PBSA is.
That's a good teaser to get people to the party afterwards
Yeah,
and talk to you about it.
No, so I think but what I mean, the outcome was, though, however, of these conversations, that okay, we have this initial conversation with the mayor, but he has 5 other meetings in the same day, we forget about it. So it is someone, it needs an incentive or it's an initiative to stay on top of this, right? To keep pushing, to keep polishing the doorknob, coming back and not just presenting your story and then go back and hope it will change magically by itself, right? So I think overall it needs alliance between the players in this market to really overcome some of those hurdles that just make it so hard to operate and invest in those countries.
Yeah. But the education part, I mean, one of the things is the not knowing what it is or not knowing this language. I realize a lot when you talk to public servants that they also don't even meet their counterparts, right? So the class can also help encourage this kind of exchange with a resource like a coordinator.
I think it's often, it's not knowing that you need something until someone tells you enough sometimes, and it's a typical case of that, right? Like this resource would bang that drum enough that people would start looking into the data and maybe see that would be a helpful thing to have.
Yeah.
At the moment, there's only, on the graph that you just showed, probably 5 or 6 places that are really, really desperate for that, and a lot of them don't know they need that.
Yeah.
So again, and that's why alignment here is just so key, because they might not need it right now, but in 2 years they're absolutely going to need to, and that hugely impacts who enters their countries and who enters these universities. To the Oxford-Cambridge point earlier, like we're creating super hubs, and that's a time piece and that's a reputational piece, and it takes time, but that will happen all over Europe. We're creating these super hubs with these innovative minds, and these are future minds, right? And the scientists and everything in one place. And where do we think they're going to live?
Yeah.
Like we're saying, come over, and we've got these great universities, and Europe are doing the same, but we aren't providing somewhere for people to live. So I think this is in a lot of those countries an early piece now that if we're not consistent enough with, we're going to end up in the same situation we have in a lot of the UK cities, where the supply-demand issue is going to be very apparent.
Yeah.
I think the independence of someone like that is actually really important as well, because as we did a report, which was an independent report, but then the city went and did their own independent report. Yeah. And they kind of came out, within 2,000 of each other. But, if we could have something that was independent and it was trusted, that every partner could feed into, it would actually avoid a lot of that duplication. Yeah. Maybe be a bit more credible from the start.
Yeah. No, it's not that expensive. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to the 450 billion that we need to create the housing, to make Europe more competitive, and that, take some of the pressure and the stress away from a lot of the citizens, because, the cities that you've invested as well, I mean, it's one of the top 3 political topics at the moment, no matter where we go. And this was not the case 10 years ago. It was in some place, but right now it seems, though, that the attractiveness of European university cities to invest in housing is considered positive, right, from an investor's perspective. Do you see with your colleagues when it comes to like institutional money, or that this sector could be interesting at the scale that we talked about, like the 450 billion, or do we need to have a coordinator on that side as well?
Look, our asset class 20 years ago was deemed alternative, and no one really knew what that meant. It was just put in the bucket of the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
Now PBSA is its own asset class. It stands out. No, granted, it's part of living. Living has really fundamentally lifted off. It's odd that it's never been on the agenda for the last 20 years because the housing shortage is not a surprise. It's been something that's been going on for decades.
Yeah.
Major cities, populations have been growing and growing because people have been moving out from regional areas or rural areas into cities.
Yeah.
So it's not a shock, but I don't know if COVID was a trigger or it's just coincidence, but living is now on everyone's agenda. So whether that's senior, whether it's BTR, whether it's student, the student is the one that's the most advanced in that because from a UK perspective, because it's got that and it's demonstrated it. The rest of the European markets are looking at UK, they're looking at the US and seeing that they want to be part of that. From an institutional capital perspective, it is absolutely seen now as a standalone asset class. So 450 billion on a global scale of real estate, it doesn't really mean anything. It's such a small number in the grand scheme of things. So I think there is the desire to be in it. I think what our sector needs is a lot more stability. So if we can demonstrate that it is a stable asset class, which just sort of gradually improves, it was deemed the inflationary hedge, which is great. What you don't want is when inflation shoots up to 15%, you don't necessarily really want to see rents shooting up to 15% because that's going to cause problems because of the affordability factor. But it is an inflationary hedge. So, but what we've got to is take out any volatility in our sector. And that volatility is pretty much driven through regulation or government influence because they're either blocking future growth and further development, or they're putting in regulation which is causing people to either not build, so the supply is falling off, and then what's happening is when you're not seeing the supply, you've got the supply-demand economics means that the rents are going to increase.
Yeah, but how do you? Because Richard also said this morning, we cannot expect that there will be no regulation, but we need good regulation. So my question is then, how can we be involved differently to advise on the good regulation? Do you know what I mean? Like, is there a different way that we should work? Because we see across Europe also a lot of measures being taken that are indeed impacting our market tremendously without sometimes even having that conversation before.
Having a body representing our asset class is going to be key to represent and consult with governments that want to bring in regulation. I agree, regulation is there with the right intentions. It is wanting to ensure that rents are not going at a rate which is deemed unaffordable. So it's a combination of that. But really, regulation should be there for two things: the safekeeping of lives. So when you're talking about in this country, whether it's fire safety standards, we all know that should be there, we all believe in it, but it needs to be resourced appropriately, because that's going to give us a real problem, certainly in the UK. If you look at buildings that are going to open or should be opening in 2027, probably not going to open in 2027 because of the regulation. For a building to start on site for 2027, they need to be on site by Q1 next year, and nothing has got through Gateway 2. So therefore, the likelihood of any buildings being opened in 2027 is very low. And I wouldn't guess the exact number, but I suspect it will be close to zero.
Yeah. So maybe there are other ways to find this affordability.
I just wanted to chime in and echo really what Rob is saying. That what we hear from the broader industry is that they're not anti-regulation. Regulation, as Rob said, plays a role. What is annoying is the constant kind of flip-flopping, the uncertainty. So we need regulation that isn't going to be completely changed. So it comes back to that kind of like a bit of political certainty. If we have a direction of travel, then the investors can make that decision when they're working out their cash flows and all that kind of stuff. So it's the uncertainty which is the hindrance here, rather than, I wouldn't per se say that the industry is anti-regulation at all.
Yeah, okay. And have you seen examples where there have been, for example, pro-growth regulation that also was able to tackle, for example, political concerns like affordability.
Yeah,
I mean, also what the universities are often saying, like we need to have inclusive communities.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hot topic, right? Particularly
very hot,
around rent caps and rent control.
Tables burning.
Again, it comes back to, I wouldn't say all investors are anti them. It's more having clear kind of what they are. It's not going to be constantly changed and rehashed. So I definitely think they play a role in helping ease those kind of affordability issues. They're not a silver bullet, and there's not one policy that will solve this housing crisis. As I think, Rob, you talked about, this housing crisis that we see in many cities across Europe has been building up over decades, and it's not going to be solved with just a single policy.
So. I think one market where everything you just said is really well reflected is the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Because in the Netherlands, you have the point system. For all of those who don't know, you have the point system, and based on the points of your building and your apartment, you can charge rent, right? And so the thing that you have this point system itself was not necessarily an issue. It actually, once you have figured out how many points your room, your building has, it's actually quite predictable what rent you can charge in the future. The thing that really made investors halt their investments over the last few years was just that this thing was being changed.
Yeah.
And then for half a year or a year, nobody even knew the outcome, so nobody could plan the future rents, and it was just a black box, and investors don't like that, right? They need to put a number to it. And so I think this is the one market where everything you just said happened, and now that you have, I think, kind of stability with the rent system, with the point system again in the Netherlands, at least from what I've heard, you see investments happening again. So to your point, not totally against regulations, just make it predictable and make it plannable.
I think that's right to an extent, but it still needs the consultation, because while there is a point system in the Netherlands, and that fine gives you more certainty of what rents can be, actually look at the point system, it encourages people to build studios, and therefore people are living in isolation. They're not actually creating and encouraging that communal feel.
Yeah, that was not the type of living they want. People want. Yeah.
So it comes back to the data point that Maria was talking about at the very beginning. It's having that joined up approach. And government should liaise with the experts in the sector. The data that we collectively have is significant, and you think about the hundreds of thousands of students that are living in our buildings, we can actually help guide them and say, this is really what students want, and we just need to bring in, we will always have some competing challenges, because at the end of the day, investors need to make money. Universities want housing which is at a level which is affordable. Students want the best things that they can possibly get, but for an affordable rent. You can't have everything, but by having all of the facts and the data, you can work out what is the best way forward.
I think as well, to that point, if the life cycle of a resident was noted slightly more by the government, we would be in a slightly better position, right? So PBSA has a time and a place, obviously, but like what happens next is hugely important. The young professional market and the asset class out there just isn't mature enough yet. And I think if we can try, if there's enough data points now to link that and the life cycle, and like to your point earlier, like, the US have got this pretty down really, but like senior living and how that actually, your actual like experience from sort of like all the way through your life. At the moment, there's a huge community issue, and the British public have an issue with all these buildings going up and people not really understanding what happens to the students afterwards, and the domestic versus international mix. If we solve for that by creating, so some development issues and regulations are to step out the way, and we can solve to that and then have a young professional asset class that is perhaps more dominant here, then it does create a life flow that builds into communities, and it's giving back. So you can then see why that would be, potentially quite a good thing. So I think if there's an education piece of us looking at the data of that, and then the government looking at the data of that and understanding that a little bit more, then perhaps the restrictions will stop flip-flopping.
I would like to get your opinion also on some other ideas from the previous panel. One was, I think you mentioned also the London plan here, that requires a certain part of the building to be affordable. The other model is more generic, affordable housing in sense like rent vouchers. Erasmus mobility program is also something that goes directly to the student. But you also have, like in previous decades, things like Studentwerke in Germany, the student housing corporations in the Netherlands, which have a non-profit character. What would you I mean, from the European Investment Bank, for example, would you advocate, say, like, well, deregulate the market sector and have, for example, the EIB allocate 100 billion to fund new non-profits? So there's option in the market, or would you rather say, you can also have both, or would you rather say, I'd rather create affordability inside these complexes? What do you? It's a tough one. Well, maybe not, but
I think forcing affordability within a building has its challenges. So take London, for example. When it first came out, the number of applications, and that was twofold. One, it was the university requirement of nominations, and the other part was affordability.
Yeah, there was two sides to it. Yeah.
When an investor is looking at a project and they know 30% of their building's got to be affordable, they've still got a return threshold. They don't then adjust their return threshold because they know 30% of it's affordable. So what that happens is it means that the 70% of non-affordable, the rents are pushed up higher to effectively compensate the affordable element. So that's not necessarily a winning solution. It's ticking a box, but on a 200-bed scheme, you've got 60 beds that are going to be affordable. It's not really resolving the issue. So, if there is a solution where you've got EIB saying, yes, we're going to have X billion aside or hundreds of millions aside to fund affordability, and if that means that you get a preferential rate on a loan or whatever it is for a proportion of that, well, that's going to certainly help. And that means that perhaps the offset doesn't need to be as high on the non-affordable. But on that basis, you want to try and say, well, actually, encourage people to put more affordability in there. The more you put in, the better the rate that you may get. It's a possibility, but I don't see the EIB coming forward and putting a big check the size of affordable, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it depends. I mean, they can offer it under very favorable conditions, for example. Also, the social housing corporations in the Netherlands are, for example, have an interest guarantee behind it, like there's a fund behind it. So, it helps. It's not working right now. It's not enough, let's say, due to the increase of cost. Any other, from a university's perspective,
I think affordability for me, if we're looking at the NU, I can say this because it's not an education forum, but the NUS definition of affordable is dated and therefore I would say irrelevant, because you're looking at, that would be, I think it's around £4,500 a year. You can't build for that, you cannot build for that. I had to do a briefing session for our Vice-Chancellor because he was meeting with the student union executives, and he said, how realistic is the NUS in Manchester? And I was like, not really. And he said, new build, and I went, impossible. That was his briefing note back, because it just isn't possible. And we have to understand that we've got a whole range of students. So we have 46,000 students. In Manchester, it's over 100,000 students. They're not all the same. They're very, very different. So I think there are a group where if you've got expensive accommodation or not even reasonable accommodation, it probably will stop them coming. We've got pressure
doing
for
domestic, maybe.
We've got pressure for widening access. So the kind of backgrounds where there's no history of going to university and no understanding of going to university, they don't want to come out with all this debt. They don't have any parental financial support. So that there is an amount of that, but we don't exactly know how big it is. And then there are the international students and other students who are incredibly wealthy, who are paying £20,000, £30,000 a year in tuition fees, so £15,000 a year on your accommodation, no great shakes if you can afford it. And then there's a whole load of people in the middle. And I think my main concern, I think the lower end kind of are catered for. And if I think of our rents, our cheapest rents, we've got 28% of our accommodation is within that affordability bracket. That's where all my voids are. So in those two blocks, one's got 20% void, one's got 10, and across the rest of the estate it's 2%. So there's not a big enough amount of students who really need that lower end of affordable. It's more that reasonable in the middle. And my concern with Manchester is we've got about 10,000 rooms coming down the pipeline because they've been through planning. Some are under construction, some will go by the wayside. But there's going to be, thousands of new rooms over the next 4, 5, 6 years. And most of those would be what they'll be £275 a week plus. Pretty much all of them, in terms of the plans that have gone through, that can't continue because there isn't a market for that, and that not affordable as in keeping it really low by the NUS, but it's not even reasonable, and it's going to deter an awful lot of students. So I think we have to be reasonable. We've got over 100,000 students in the city, and I think we need better market segmentation on who are those students, what do they want, because they will pay for value. And I know some of the student crowd information that they have, some students think £350 a week is a brilliant value because for what they can afford it, and for what they're getting, it's really good. So there needs to be far more research into that, I think.
Yeah, the segmentation. But
just to that point, I think one important key takeaway is just one does not have to exclude the other.
Yeah.
I think that's the key takeaway. And also, we track, of course, very closely our lease up across our different markets, and we see markets that are prone to more price sensitivity. So Poland, for example, is a market that is just overall cheaper, and naturally you tend to then just have this competition on price. And then there's markets in Italy where we hear that some of the most expensive rooms are sold out first, right? And to your point, there is demand, and why would you then almost hinder, let's say, a more premium student house from being built?
Yeah.
If at the same time, those students that then stay with those premium student houses have accommodation, are taken care of, right? Don't push into other markets, right? So I think it's not helping anyone if you try to steer this divide between affordable and not so affordable properties, right?
Yeah. No, I think that in a healthy market there are different segments based on disposable income, whether it's from the parents or somewhere else. But that middle seems to struggle in a lot of cities that have become very expensive. Where even within, if you build with your normal returns, you would get at a much higher level than
it's also on the developer to try and create affordable without a regulated route. So it's very easy for developers to come up with innovative ideas, which is different product. The default being a cluster and a studio. There are other things that you can expand upon on that. And we branched into studios, and that felt like it was pushing the boundaries. But we're not really going that far.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's down to the fact that we're restricted on what we can do in certain markets because of minimum space standards or whatever it is. But actually, if you ask the students what do they want, the bedroom, they want a place to sleep. They also want a place to study, they want a place to go to the gym, they want a place to speak to their friends. That doesn't all have to therefore be in their room. They can have a very small room as long as it ticks the box and it meets sensible health safety standards, i.e. they've got natural light, they've got a proper bed space, but you can do different things. And something that we do in Japan, and I don't think we're going to roll it out in the UK, but we've got 6 people sharing a 36 square metre space. That's 6 square metres per person. That is not, that's me, right? So I haven't got any room to do anything. But I'm not saying we need to roll that out, but there are versions of that
we need to, No, I think that the adaptation to realities in certain markets is clear. Especially places like Paris, London, you expect less space. You'd rather have a space than no space, right? Maria.
But I think, Frank, to Vicky's point earlier, the affordability guide from it is unrealistic and it is really outdated. So the £4,500, I looked at that recently as well, is just so out of date. And actually, I do think it's the middle stock that is the struggle. And I do wonder if perhaps going forward we are building these assets with incredible amenity spaces that I know we're all really proud of. But actually, to Rob's point, does everybody want that in every PBSA? Is there like a middle ground here where perhaps we could give some of the amenity spaces and perhaps build slightly different room types or whatever so that we can fit the middle stock in, and therefore we aren't creating a affordability and really expensive barrier? Because that is what happens here. Everybody understands how to lease up a building, everybody understands where these students are coming from, domestic versus international. So I do wonder if perhaps there is an opportunity there to have a basics amount of stock that comes through the university PBSA relationships that looks at the right data points and the right affordability touch points and can provide for that. Because unfortunately the second and third years are being really missed out of that opportunity because there isn't that stock available. And again, it takes me back to data points and understanding what people really want.
Yeah. I think we've covered a lot. If I summarize it for the letter to the commissioner, or to the commissioners maybe, the bigger story should drive basically the collaboration, right? So it's about how do we make our cities competitive, how do we make our economies competitive, how are we able to attract and retain talent that we need. We have to see universities as ecosystems where housing is a critical condition for success, no matter what. That housing is not just a roof over your head, but it's community. It's understanding the needs. It needs to adapt to market realities. Big, expensive cities. Maybe we can innovate more, be more efficient with space instead of in more easy markets where the pressure is less. There's a lot of education needed in terms of like stakeholders that are not aware of what's happening in the town, the next town, sometimes even in some of the cities. Also often a language issue, for example. Information is not that easy available on something that relatively new. So national student housing coordinators could help tremendously bring the information, understand local realities and help resolve them. The independence of that is important. The affordability, there are different pathways. First of all, again, understand better. There's no such thing as the average student. There's no such thing as the average budget, but really understand the segmentation. See what the EIB can do in terms of lowering costs, creating more favorable conditions. Or in certain markets, you can also incorporate it in your housing, in your total portfolio, internal subsidization. And the university, the idea of the university as a driver of the innovation agenda, but also understanding that when it comes to capital intensive investments, we do need the housing sector to take that on and to really drive that. And to your point, there is money available, we just need to make the investment conditions better. Did I miss anything? No? Okay. Then I'll ask you to sign the letter later on. And we'll have to get a stamp somewhere at the post office. Yeah. How much does it cost these days to send a letter?
£1.65 first class.
Oh, there you go. Including Brussels? Yeah. Great. Thank you very much for listening. And we'll let you know what that letter looks like later this year. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Well, give yourselves a pat on the back for making it to the final session of the stage. So well done for sticking around. The final session is data insight from Germany. So we're going to talk about higher education and internationalization trends, and also then the real estate sector. We promise you it's going to be interesting and it's not going to put you to sleep. So just to set the stage a little bit, we see that for the last couple of decades, Germany has been leading the way when it comes to being a global leader or a global destination for international students. At the moment, there are nearly 500,000 students studying in Germany who are not from Germany, so international students. And currently, the German government and DAD plan to increase their retention rates. There has been a steady demand for purpose-built accommodation in Germany. However, we do see some shifting trends. there is an aging population, and also the international students who are coming into Germany are a more mature group. So what are we seeing is one of the things that we would like to actually tackle, myself and Stuart here, we completely forgot to introduce Stuart Osborne from Knight Frank. Give us away.
Very forgetful, don't worry.
Well, it has been a long day, so I do apologize. So the two things that we would want to answer or try to tackle in this session is, are we seeing a shift in demand from PBSA to more of other alternative living solutions? And keeping in mind the Germany's retention rate goals, which I will just talk about in a minute, and its regulatory environment, how is this going to impact PBSA investment? So I'm going to start off with a very quick presentation just to sort of understand where is Germany in terms of internationalization and higher education trends. So currently there are over 400 higher education institutes, including public, private, technical, and we see that at the moment there are nearly 3 million students studying in Germany. The international student rate retention, I'm going to come to that in a minute, but 61 international students have said that they would like to stay back in Germany after they graduate. And as I just pointed out, about 450,000 students are international, out of which around 90,000 are resident international students. So what that means is that they have already been living in Germany, however, they do not hold a German passport or citizenship. So in terms of growth over the years, we see a steady growth. And just to point out, the German government had set a target that by 2020, they would want to have 350,000 students, and they actually achieved that target 3 years prior. Until now, no new targets have been set as to like how many more international students they would like to welcome. And one more thing is that unlike many other countries we saw during COVID, there was a dip. However, that was somehow Germany was untouched by it, and we kept seeing a rise in international students even during the COVID years. In terms of countries of origin, the biggest number of students come from China and India. And Germany is very interesting in this sense because it differs a lot from other European countries, because their biggest group of students do not actually come from Europe. They're outside of, a lot of like non-EU students are coming to Germany. And the numbers from potentially Syria are higher, largely because of there are a lot of Syrian students who have been given asylum and so on. That's why there's a number there. And of course, unsurprisingly, the biggest group of EU students come from Austria because of the shared language. Now, coming to the top, what study in Germany has ranked as the most interesting, or well, the quality of life in these cities are supposed to be considered the best for students. So what you see here is the city and the federal state or the province in which they're located, and you can see the number of international students. Of course, Aachen, Cologne and Bonn all have the same numbers because they belong to the same federal state. And there's a list of, as you can see, like what are the top universities. Of course, Munich sort of takes that away with the largest number. Berlin. And then you might have seen this if you saw a couple of my other data presentations. In terms of English taught programs, you see, well, Ireland, of course, because most of it is in English, and Germany and Netherlands sort of topping the charts. And this data has been over 5 years. I do want to point out here that while Germany and Netherlands have similar numbers of English taught program, the percentage is a lot lower in Germany. This is a much higher number for the Netherlands when it comes to the total number of English taught programs, but in terms of percentage, but for Germany this is a bit low. Now coming to Germany and Erasmus, we see incredible number of students traveling to Germany, including not just students but also staff. So it's the second most popular Erasmus destination after Spain. Now, in terms of areas of focus of internationalization, just a few months ago, they sort of redefined how are they going to make Germany more attractive to international students, and there has been a new strategy which has been put to place, which has replaced an older strategy from 11 years ago. So they think that higher education, the universities are going to be the main drivers that would be bringing students in the sense that how popular are the universities, how are they ranking, how good is their academic program. So that needs to be really enhanced to ultimately attract the students. They want to improve the legal and structural framework. So what I mean by this is that, as I just said, like there are a lot of students coming from non-EU nations, and these nations are typically lower to middle income, and visa processes tend to be quite hard for them. So Germany wants to sort of simplify it and make it more equitable. And again, international cooperation in terms of global contests, have more mobility programs with other EU nations and beyond. And then using digital transformation. So what this means is really for students to be able to find information for all kinds, like how to, where to live, which university to go for more easily. And then finally, the international targets and retention. They haven't come up with a new goal of how many more students they want and by when. However, they have been very clear that they want to attract more, they want to retain more of this talent. So up till now, they have been retaining about 1/3 of that talent, and in the beginning we see that around 2/3 actually do want to stay back. So how do we make that possible? So Germany has asked its universities to be working more closely with like local businesses to be able to make it possible to offer international students German language program, and also to help them with their curriculum and their studies. So that's it for me. Thank you for listening, and I would now like to invite Stuart to present his data insight from the real estate side.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to see you all. Thanks for joining. Sorry if there's a slight overlap between some of the information that we're presenting. Obviously, there's quite a bit to talk about around the markets. But as Arunima mentioned, we're talking about a total student population of around 2.9 million students. And on the left-hand side here, you can see that fundamentally we're seeing a massive growth in international students. So we've seen since 2014-15 around 18% growth, up from basically 12% previously. So which means that domestic students now account for 84% of the total student population, down from 88%. However, that international growth has really buoyed student numbers. I guess the thing that we can't get away from in this graph is the fact that the actual population itself, total population, is in a slight decline. And ultimately, I think when you look at the aging population and you look at the population demographics, as you can see on the right-hand side here, the long-term growth for population is in quite a long downward trajectory. However, the 20 to 24-year-old population, so that university age population, is coming off the back of quite a slump at the moment. So hence you see a bit of a downward turn in total student numbers, which we expect to see a bit of an uptick over the next few years. So up till 2021, we've seen really consistent growth. But here you can see probably quite a significant bit of a downturn across 5 of the key markets, apart from Hamburg, which, to be honest, some of the justifications for this, if you look at Hamburg as ultimately a major business hub, what we see is quite a lot of people in employment studying alongside their employment. So 21% of students are studying alongside working. So that's one of the reasons why we see such a significant shift compared to the other markets in Hamburg. And again, just on the right-hand side, that population graph, so this is just focusing purely on that 20-24-year-old demographic across all the markets. We're starting to see a big tick up, and to be honest, by 2034, it's going to be even more aggressive. Just drilling down a bit more into the international numbers that Arunima mentioned. So again, we've seen 18% growth since 2019, which is a phenomenal amount. But interestingly, we're also seeing the switch from the majority being undergraduates to the majority being postgraduates. So 54% of international students are now studying postgraduate degrees. So a real focus on the driver of later education, real kind of massive quality education. And I think that's probably quite a key growth area, which when you compare it to the domestic students, that's probably where the biggest driver of growth is coming. And then when you look at that growth across the 5 key markets, so the national average is about 21%. So in that kind of broad middle line there, you can see the likes of Berlin and Hamburg kind of around the national average, but you'll see Bavaria is really streaking ahead. And fundamentally, what we see here is down to the quality of the universities in Bavaria, so particularly around Munich, and also the fact that Bavaria is generally very well regarded as having the best education system in Germany. It's really making a play for that key market. I'll let you take that picture just quickly. And as I mean, I don't want to dwell on this too much. Obviously, China, India, unsurprisingly at the top, along with Austria. Turkey's quite an interesting one as well. I mean, Arunima mentioned Syria and some of the kind of displaced people. In the 60s and 70s, there was a kind of a joint working agreement for workers with Turkey, which I think probably that background still goes to show that quite a lot of Turkish students are coming along. Now, we talk quite a lot around the private sector supply, and I kind of wanted to spend a bit of time just talking about the public sector. There are a significant proportion of beds provided in Germany, and we can see quite a big shift here. So 248,000 beds at the peak, and now we're at about 237,000 of public sector beds, which has been a massive so all of those beds have been taken out of provision, and realistically, the private sector isn't accounting for all of those at the moment either. So the actual provision rate has kind of been offset a bit, and you can see by the line on the graph here of the student to bed ratio. So the national average there of 10.4%, which is also, I know that kind of looks like it's declining, but because the number of students and the student population has been declining as well, it's kind of offset that a bit. But that massive public supply that everyone talks about being a kind of key part, we're not seeing growing in the same way, so breeding a bit more opportunity. And then again, just on that provision rate, you can see that, so the national average there, again, around 10.4, so Cologne, Frankfurt, Hamburg, kind of around about the national average, but Berlin, Munich really striking ahead in terms of the undersupply of student housing. Now, on the private beds, this is, for me, quite an interesting one when you compare it to other European markets, because we see quite a blend between owner-operators and institutional owners kind of competing at the top end of the spectrum. So on the owner-operator side, you know, guys like IC Campus, GSA, GIC, Roundhill, TPG, but also we've got guys like Catella and Commerz Real who are within that top 5 of owners of numbers of beds, which I think is quite interesting and goes to show a little bit more around how fractional the market is there. And then when we look at the operators, as opposed to, in addition to those owners, so you know who's actually running these beds, and a slight health warning here because these actually also contain like kind of co-living and also apart hotels with the likes of iLive operate. But again, another interesting thing for me is, you know, when you look at the kind of the top level underneath the FIS, you know, just under 2,500 beds. There's no big operators here like in other markets where you've got 10,000 beds plus, and it's a bit more consolidated. I think the fractional market nature probably breeds a bit more opportunity for market entry as well. And then just looking at the pipeline here, so we've got just over 18,500 beds in the public sector pipeline, which is, again, not an insignificant number, but equates to about 0.6% of total students. So it's not really plugging a massive gap. But then also, when you look on the right-hand side of ultimately where these students, or where these beds are being built, most of them are in Bavaria anyway. So again, coming back to that point around the focus on the education system and the quality of education in Bavaria. So actually, when you look at that provision of 10.4% of public PBSA, 10.4 student to bed ratio, it's still not really scratching the surface when you look at the wider German market as well. It's not a great slide on the left, and I'm sure it's a trend that many people are used to seeing recently, that fundamentally, as we all know, investment volumes have been down, and Germany has not weathered the storm, much like many other markets. But I think the one encouraging thing to take away from this is that, that from half one this year, there's already been just over the same amount of transactions that were done in the total year last year. And in terms of returns on the left, so over the last 5 years, living sectors have performed as the second best, second to industrial and logistics over the last 5 years, which again, as expected, and when you look at the last year, has stood up relatively well. I think also just touching on yields, and the 21-month view probably doesn't quite do it justice. If we go even further back, we've probably seen the biggest disconnect between where yields were and where they are at the moment in Germany when you compare it to other markets. So I think quite a lot of investors looking at the market at the moment are kind of looking where yields were previously, and with a potential, it's a scary thought at the moment, but you know, where yields could get back to if you kick off at the moment. So that's it for me. I think we've got a bit of a conversation to.
Thank you.
Do you want to do it back here or at the front? Thank you.
I was going to say give him a round of applause, but you guys beat me to it.
Go again. Go on.
I'm going to get my notes. Thank you, Stuart, for that presentation. You might have to talk to me like I'm 5, because there was a lot of data and I want to understand it a little bit better from you. We talked about the provision rate, and then I think that every country might have its own sweet spot when it comes to a provision rate. And you mentioned that there's a demand for 420K and we're like 450 and we're nearly at, what was it, 200. And so in terms of when it comes to provision rate, are we already there or are we behind? What would be the sweet spot when it comes to Germany?
I think it's always a difficult question when you talk about any market, like what the true provision rate should be. And in my opinion, I think over the last kind of 10 years or so, like each of these European markets are still trying to work out where that sweet spot is. From my view, I think there's still probably plenty of growth to take place. So, on full-time students, we're about 18% of student population at the moment. And when you compare that to other markets in Europe, so it's probably on par with the Netherlands. You've got Spain at around 14%, which obviously is quite a bit lower. But then you've got a bit more consolidation and some much larger operators. France still a relatively underdeveloped market at like 12%. I think everyone probably looks to the UK and says, well, is 35% the prime number to be? I think it's had a lot longer to evolve. I think arguably when we talk about it, there's probably more evolution or to come in some of the more regional markets in Germany. So we can kind of come onto it and talk about it a bit, but I think there's still a lot further growth. And when you look at the slides that I put up around some of those, like Berlin, for example, and Frankfurt, some of those numbers around the actual provision look quite low when you compare it to some other markets, but fundamentally I think it comes down to each of those individual cities and what what the sweet spot is. I don't think any of us can stand here and say it needs to be X%, and that's the target. And you know, it comes into other things like, you know, where else do students live? You know, like kind of micro living. You know, a lot of students don't necessarily, in the same way that they live in specified purpose-built student accommodation in other markets. There's probably more options for renting. It's a bit more kind of culturally ingrained.
Yeah, and you just mentioned the regional market. So how do you assess the depth of regional markets for PBSA in Germany, and how is that influencing, like, let's say, investor sentiment?
Well, in terms of how we look at it, I think, you know, it's, as I say, it's still pretty undeveloped. You know, there are a few portfolios which have got a broader reach across some of those regional markets. From my point of view, the depth of demand is still huge. The balance, and I guess, you know, for all of this ultimately comes down to an economics question. So, you know, are you able to build a building at a lower rental profile that you get in some of the regional markets compared to a Berlin or a Munich? And I think that's the kind of the big question. So the demand is there. It's, I think, whether or not you can actually develop. So if you can buy land, develop, and deliver into these markets, I think, you know, the actual the demand for that more, I guess, without, you know, affordable with a lowercase a accommodation, and we see the same thing in BTR and residential as well. You know, if you price it right, I mean, it's just simple economics. Then, you know, the demand is there. So I think in a lot of these markets, you know, where there's, you know, really strong universities, so, you know, markets like Aachen, for example, you know, like really great university cities, I think there's a huge positive. And then even when you look at, you know, some of the smaller markets with just a really low provision rate, so like, you know, Bochum, Magdeburg, Kiel, I mean, the list kind of goes on. There's not really many private sector operators that are offering the student experience, which I think is one thing that we often get lost in, is, you know, a lot of students, particularly when we're talking about internationals, you know, they love to come to some of these markets and just enjoy being a student. Yeah.
When we were chatting earlier, we talked about, like, you know, is there enough in the pipeline to meet the demand? And are we going to talk about, should we touch on the supply and demand, which we always do? And you mentioned about, like, it's really depends on the market dynamics. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think I kind of alluded to it before. You know, a lot of students, you know, will live in like micro living. So, you know, in terms of like ultimately residential apartments. The nature of renting in Germany, you know, it's probably one of the biggest kind of renting population, you know, throughout the whole supply chain. We're not just talking about students. So actually the ability to kind of create a kind of a pure PBSA product, like a lot of the operators and the owners that I showed on the slide earlier, is great for that student experience piece. But a lot of students still opt to live in micro-living apartments where you don't necessarily have all of the kind of the bells and whistles, should we say, of student housing. And also, I guess, again, coming back to those economics, the ability to develop, buy land and develop under residential zoning and operate under residential means the economics possibly stack up a bit better if you can blend that in with young professionals. So that's probably a nuance to the market that we don't necessarily see in a few other European markets. So in terms of those supply and demand dynamics, I think whilst we obviously, you know, as a kind of a student body ourselves, look at what the dedicated student provision is, the wider provision, you know, we kind of have to take into account in the same way that we take HMOs into account in the UK. It's just it's another step further.
You mentioned micro-living, and I know this is a concept essentially very unique to Germany. So how is it different from a PBSA offering? You say that they're different and they come with like less you know, amenities and so on. So can you give me a quick definition of what
it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of unique, or it has been unique to Germany, but it kind of follows the trend that we've been seeing for kind of flex living elsewhere recently. So kind of micro apartments, so smaller apartments, kind of, you know, 25, 30 square meters, where ultimately you rent your studio, but you're combined with other residents. So it's not specifically for students. You know, if young professionals, or you or I will class ourselves as young professionals, right?
I would say so.
Capital Y, you know, we could literally go and rent an apartment in any of these buildings, and they form part of the rental infrastructure of any given town or city. And what they ultimately don't come with is like a building manager who's, you know, putting on events, or, you know, loads of communal space and laundry rooms, kind of all, like a lot of the creature comforts that as students, you know, you'd probably be used to seeing in some dedicated PBSA projects. So less of a student living experience, more of just a living experience, which, you know, a lot of students quite enjoy. So they quite like the aspirational nature of living alongside, you know, kind of grown-ups, shall we say, of young professionals, and, you know, these guys are all heading off to work in the morning, but, you know, you get to be part of the fabric of a city.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually quite really interesting, especially what you said in your presentation, that we're now seeing a shift in a more mature student population, and even the international students who are coming in are largely coming for postgraduate, so they might have different needs. So are we actually expecting or already seeing a trend of like moving away from PBSAs to more micro-living solutions instead? Is it replacing it, or is it going hand in hand? And I saw that you had iLive on it, and I know that they're co-living. Yeah. So what is that the trend we can expect, or is it already happening?
I think the short answer is it's already happening, and it's already here. I don't think it's a trend that's particularly kind of just gathering pace. It kind of comes down to the preference of any given student. Realistically, excuse me, I think realistically for postgraduates, you know, when we see this across the board, across Europe, you know, generally the trend is, and, you know, we try not to kind of homogenize groups into one place, but generally the idea is that, you know, they're a bit more serious about their studies, and a lot, you know, whilst if you're in Berlin, obviously you're going to be
a bit distracted.
Yeah, well, a little bit distracted, or in Hamburg you're probably not heading off to the Reeperbahn kind of particularly quickly. But so yeah, I think that it's not so much an evolution, it's more of just a fabric of how the market works.
Great, thank you. And I feel like we're now going to get very distracted with Kellyanne's very enchanting voice. She's taken over, even though we had a couple of minutes left. I'm going to have a word with Kelly about that. Unfortunately, we will not be able to take any questions because Kellyanne would love for you all to join on that stage. We're just about to close. But thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, come find me and Stuart.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you.